It's 5:30. You just get settled in. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the Town of Scarborough, September 18th. This is a workshop with the MTA regarding the Gorham Connector. And I appreciate you all taking the time to be here tonight. We know you've been at work for many months in some cases, many years in others, and a couple of weeks, maybe in other cases. So we'll just do some quick introductions for everyone here in the room. We'll just start with you, Mr. Doty.
Yeah, my name is Dale Doughty. I'm the Deputy Commissioner for Maine DOT.
Hi, I'm Erin Courtney. I'm the Director of Communications and Government and Public Relations for Maine Turnpike Authority. And while I've got you, I did want to mention that Tom Poirier is also here. He's the Director of Community and Development for the town of Gorham and one of the MOA partners. So I want to mention that he's here too.
Peter Murfeld, I'm the interim executive director for Maine Turnpike. 13 days, but I have been with the authority for almost 28 years.
Ryan Barnes, I'm the project manager for the Maine Turnpike Authority.
Thank you. Appreciate you all taking the time to be here today. Congratulations, I think, on your new position.
And we did want to thank you for the opportunity to come and present the update on the project and where everything is.
Sure. Good segue. I think from here, we'll let you start right in the slides. The way we're going to format this for everyone here, we spent about 45 minutes listening to a presentation. There'll be 3 to 4 pauses in the presentation where we can ask questions on things that we had just heard. The last part of the 45 minutes or so, I'd like to just remain for the council to be able to ask any questions they have specifically that hopefully that they can answer for us. So just to give everyone a general idea, we do have a hard stop, I would say at 6:55. We have a 7 o'clock council meeting this evening.
So I think I'll be kicking it off. We can start with the first slide. Kind of the flow for us, those segments that you had mentioned. I'm going to start off with, where we've been and talk a little bit about, this is a regional problem and probably talk a little bit about partnerships. And, this has been a long, ongoing project, a long ongoing issue that we're all working through. We'll have a pause there. Peter will then take it over and talk about kind of where we are. Another pause and Erin will talk about where we're going, especially in the public participation portion. And then it'll come back to me and we'll talk about integrated systems, that this is more than just a connector. And then and we'll have a little closing statement at the end. So questions, Peter mentioned, questions you have tonight, we'll attempt to answer them as completely as we can. If we can't, we will commit to getting them back to you. Some may be very quick, many will be quick. We've already typed up a number of them. Some may just be longer because the process goes, but we will definitely commit to them and you'll know where we are. So I think the first slide's just, can we go back to the one with, here we go. So just this gives you a sense of the number of studies, the number of legislative actions, the number of MOUs and resolves that different governmental bodies have engaged in. We'll talk a little bit about the partners in a few minutes, but this has been going on for 36 years plus. It's been a problem that's been recognized that long. On a regional basis. And there's been no less than 13 studies. There are probably some we don't even have up here. So some of the background, as we mentioned a moment ago, traffic congestion between Gorham and Gorham in the Portland area has been an issue since 1988. It's been around a long time. I joined the department first time before I went to the municipal government for a while and came back, but I joined it in 97, and this thing was well along its way, and then several studies in 97 when I joined the department many years ago. We talked about 13 studies. Those studies tried to address a number of things, and I only have a couple bullets here, but solution is to improve commuter and other connections. There's a lot of people that come in and out of the economic hub of Portland and Scarborough and Westbrook on a daily basis. A lot of business that travels there. So a lot of these studies were looking at many solutions, and we'll talk about some of those a little later tonight that have been evaluated. Reduced diversion onto secondary roads. A little later, Peter's going to show a chart of if there were something like a connector, what would that do to the rest of the network? How much traffic currently and in the future, his is in the future, but is diverted onto roads that aren't designed to handle that traffic and are affecting the next one, which is quality of life. You know, obviously being in traffic is quality of life issues, but also having traffic go through your rural neighborhood or your suburban neighborhood, or you not being able to get in and out of there safely, are all things that these studies looked at over the years. Can we go to the next one, Ryan? Yeah. So, you know, why is all this important? And a lot of this stuff you already know. I'm not telling you anything you don't. But safety and mobility continues to decline. And we'll talk a little bit about mobility and traffic and what we know today and what we'll know in the future as we go through. But that does continue to decline. We have some safety stats we can share with you. Many roads are used as cut throughs. As I said, Peter's going to have a graphic. Oop. Speak louder too, if you'd like. I'm good at that. I usually have to have my indoor voice. You know, roads that cut throughs, Peter's going to show a graphic of where traffic's sort of diverted today and where it would be diverted into the future and what, you know, where that's going today. I'm going to talk a little more about integration of other modes and integration of transit and how that diversion of traffic throughout the network creates issues with trying to make other improvements. So we'll talk about that a little later. I know there've been a lot of questions about why MTA is leading the road portion of the study. I think there's a couple reasons for that we should talk about. I think the first one with new capacity highways, and there are very few in Maine. We'll mention that in a moment. Guess I'm on time. If you don't mind, I'll pause just for a second. There we go. So there's a couple reasons. In a fashion, they're definitely leading the highway portion of the study and seeing whether that's feasible, what kind of roadway it is. But at the same time, we, the 4 municipalities and others are all in partnership together and it's linked. The roadway portion, if a new roadway were to be built, it's really best that users that choose to use that roadway or benefit for that roadway should pay for that roadway. You know, the funding to build this roadway, if MTA were to proceed, would be through bonds, and the bonds would be repaid, and the maintenance would be repaid through that debt service, through tolls. And the other reason is, you know, DOT in this last bill got about a 20% raise on its formula fund statewide from federal government. However, during that same period, there was over 50% inflation. So we've actually backtracked on just being able to take care of what we have today by 26%. In addition to that, there are a lot of grants out there. We're probably one of the states that we are one of the states that's most successful in the nation of per capita. I'm just having technological. Per capita, we probably secure more grants than anyone else. Securing a grant to build something like a new highway in this location is just difficult. It's difficult to fit into the current grant kind of regime, grant opportunities. And then finally, a grant would require anywhere between 20 and 50% state funds, state highway funds, not even federal highway funds, to match those. So there's a number of reasons, and we can talk a lot more about that if we wish in the future. Go next one, Ryan. This has been a long history of partnership. We talked about since 1988, and PAX has been a partner. Many of those studies were done by PAX in concert with the department over the years. The 4 municipalities who have signed on to several MOUs, we'll talk about in a moment. Maine legislature, who has taken 2 actions, instructing both agencies to do some things. And then obviously Maine DOT and MTA. So it's been a strong partnership with most of those entities through the whole time. I believe it'll continue. Look at the municipal agreements. In 2007, there was a resolve from the communities, including Scarborough, asking for some things, including some legislative relief. In 2009, there was a memorandum of understanding coming out of that. Again, in 2017, another resolve signed by the communities, including Scarborough. And then finally in 2022, when I came back to the department, Aaron and I worked on drafting this last one. Again, it's just demonstrating this has been a partnership. This is an MTA out doing their thing by themselves. But we will talk about ways we can do a better job of including everybody in our partners and recapturing all that. In the upcoming months, DOT is going to do a couple things. We've been doing some and we'll continue. The first one is really to affirm the congestion that continue exists today and the impacts on communities. We've collected some data and provided to MTA earlier this summer. We'll be collecting some more fall, some more in the following year on a lot of this network, really understanding where we are today. I think most of us know statewide, there was a dip in traffic certainly during the pandemic. It's rebounded most of the state, including most of the state, to within a couple percent above and a couple percent below 2019 levels. What has changed though, is kind of the distribution. You know, the old morning AM peaks, the PM peaks were very sharp and very acute. Those have leveled a little bit, but we're starting to see them kind of resurge back to that 2019 pattern. And part of it's just, I mean, I think most people saw, you know, what Amazon was doing this week, but you'll also see next week another company going the other way. So I think we're all trying to find that pendulum swing where that's going to settle with commuting, working at home. Many people can't work at home, obviously, depending on their jobs. So we'll be looking at traffic patterns, sharing those with you and sharing those with the MTA for their analysis. We'll also be looking at the impacts on congestion for things like, you know, safety, economic vitality, and quality of life. We're going to talk quite a bit about that today and kind of villages and things of that nature. We'll also want to understand contemporary issues. There's some things that were not included in those or are different today than they were in that from 1988 forward. One of which is just the housing, the acute housing crisis we have, right, throughout the state, not only here. And I don't think any one community is going to build out of that housing crisis or that housing need, especially if we're in modest and low-income housing. So I think we need to understand looking forward, what the future of housing and kind of mitigating that housing need, what does that mean to commuting? What does that mean to traffic? What does that mean to working at home? You know, I think we need to look some more at what it means to upgrade the current network and what the implications are. And there are some serious implications. Just by example, if you look out here at Route 1 at Oak Hill, there's about 28,000 cars a day that travel that. I would not think that most rural communities, and I suspect, been talking with Tom over the years and others, that's not what we want our communities to look like. We building things piecemeal and having DOT try to repair, try to capture additional capacity, try to build in, we'll talk about transit in a minute and how that works in a place like this. That's probably not what we all want to see throughout our communities. If you look out towards O'Donnell's Nursery, that's currently 23,000 cars a day on average. If you look at, Peter's going to show that graphic later. It's a big map with lots of colors, big spaghetti. Look at, I think one of the concepts that's important on the overlap is that the overlap diverts a large number of cars. Maybe 50% of the traffic on some local roads are from traffic that really wants to be on that overlap. The minute you make a repair on the overlap, and we should make repairs, I'm not saying we shouldn't, the minute you make a repair, that capacity could be consumed that moment, right? You repair to what the traffic level is on the overlap today or off the ends of it. Tomorrow, traffic is rediverted onto that overlap. So are you really achieving something? And then what could happen, there's a cycle of DOT makes a repair, makes capacity increase, that gets consumed very quickly. We make another one, and then we end up in, there's many of these all over the state, but you know, something like Route 1. So that's just a concern. In addition to that, you know, even if you take a very conservative growth rate of 1%, it's not going to take long to chew up capacity on existing highways. And what is that all doing to the people that live in those neighborhoods that now you've done those? So we just need to understand that better. We need to communicate that better to you and everyone else, including those affected parties. So I'm not saying that's not a way we want to go. I'm just saying those are things that DOT needs to further understand or build on those studies that we've done in the past. What other transportation comprise a systematic system? We'll talk about this at the end, but I think our interest at being at the table is that regional approach. It's not about Scarborough, it's not about Gorham, it's about that regional, how are we going to solve that? But in that context, what other elements? Is a new highway is an element of a comprehensive integrated transportation system. It's not the only element. And we'll talk a little later about transit and active transportation and what different types of improvements might allow for some of those to be much, much more robust than they could be today. So we'll circle around to that at the end. That's all I have at the beginning.
Thank you. Does anyone have questions for Mr. Doty? Yeah, Mike.
Yeah, thanks, Dale. So you're talking about you want to understand better capacity, and when you talk capacity, you're also talking volume of cars,
Mhm.
number of cars. What are the plans for DOT coming up? I live on 114. I just know anecdotally about when I can and can't get out of my
Mhm.
driveway. But do you plan to do more surveying, putting down
So
whatever you do, the metering or I don't know.
Yeah. So there's a couple of things we plan to do. We've been talking with MTA and their consultant on the things that we believe we should be collecting for traffic data. We've also been talking with them, what would be helpful for them. So what we're going to be doing is collecting traffic data this fall, probably in subsequent falls as we work through this process. And we'll talk about timelines later with Peter and Aaron will talk about timeline later, but we're going to start to collect that traffic. And then I think we're also going to talk about later, I'll talk about improvements we're going to make regardless of whether there's a connector or not. But we also need to talk about those extraordinary improvements that we would need to make should a connector not be built. Because there's volume, there's the fuel in the tank on one side, and then there's the capacity to use it on the other. So capacity is one end of a two-part equation. So I think we need to look at both. What's the traffic today? What do we expect in the future? What does that mean to housing? But then also, what does it mean to villages and neighborhoods and those kind of things moving forward? So we'll be working on those.
Can you tell us now or some idea of where you're gonna be doing?
I can send it to you. I have a table on my desk.
Okay.
And I will send it to
That'd
you.
be
Yes.
great.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Yeah, sure.
Counselor Anderson?
I have a couple questions. So, the first slide is kind of interesting because it's been 36 years in the making. So my question is why has nothing been done in 36 years?
Well, I think that's a couple of good answers to that. I think, or not good answers to that, a couple of answers to that. How's that probably phrase it? I think that, there's a lot of these that have taken a very long time. And I think some of the early studies were trying to balance the two. And you can imagine traffic, neighborhoods, what there is out there today for 3-lane sections was probably different in 1988. So some of those recommendations were fulfilled. But, when you start getting into the early 2000s, it really got to this place where can you build out of this congestion or do you need to do something else? And as you might guess, if you work around the state, there were probably a dozen of these. When I came to DOT, we were doing many capacity studies. We're not doing those anymore. Really, this is the only added capacity thing we're focused on right now that we're not already building. And I think all of those competed with one another. And I don't have a good reason for why this didn't engage earlier.
Mic drop.
I'm not touching the table, Tom. I'm not. But I think once in 2017, once the legislature kind of directed things, that helps set a priority. So that's not a great answer.
Yeah, well, and another question I have is I think partly because the project has been open for so long, even as you've talked about trying to address multiple problems. So I guess my question is what is the primary problem we're trying to solve that this project is trying to address? Put all of the 20 things that the state wants to do, we need to do about housing, but what is the problem specifically that we are trying to address with this project?
I think the problem specifically is congestion and its impact on people's lives, right? So it is this section of corridor is congested at times and is, we're going to reaffirm that, but I know what it is. It's affecting that congestion. It's affecting abilities to grow the way they choose to grow. It's affecting neighborhoods. There's pressure on us to mitigate a lot of those things that might lead us to something we don't want to end up with. So I think it's really a quality of life. It's really a congestion, and to some extent, it's just a network that works together. And I think the last part, and I'll hold part of your answer, and please ask another one at the end, is how do we do this integrated system? Is this integrated system just about a highway or just about highway improvements? Or is this integrated system an ability to build something that then you can not exploit, but begin to really escalate transit in an efficient transit that can compete with the automobile. It is very difficult to put transit on our highway out here, like it's out here today, and have that compete with the automobile. But are there ways that we can do that? And are there ways we can provide other relief? So it's a holistic approach.
Can I add something to that?
Sure.
So I would say that that's where the 2012 study and the 2015 study really kind of highlighted the importance of
Hmm.
that traffic congestion exists, but you need to do a few things to make it better. And they all have to happen in concert. You can't just attack traffic congestion. You need to do better land use planning. And the land use planning you do has to be done in a way that facilitates better transit. So do your land use planning in a way that facilitates, high density housing so that you can make transit stops better. And then you also do need more roadway capacity. So you have to, and that was the whole, we've said it time and time again, 3 legs of a stool. You cannot just say, okay, build a road. That's going to solve it. No, you need to do all 3. And you can't just say, well, let's build more houses and put them out here. No, you have to do all 3 and you have to do it thoughtfully. And to just say one will do the trick, it's not going to work. You need all 3. And then the 2015 study followed up further on that, and Scarborough and Gorham did a really good job about that. And there was meetings held at the Grange Hall. And from what I did not attend those, a friend that used to work at the Turnpike, she attended those, but Tom Poirier was there. And I was told that they had to have 3 meetings to just talk about the traffic before people could actually talk about their vision for what the village or what they wanted that area to look like. And that was Gorham and Scarborough talking about it together, so they called it Goreboro. So we might want to change that name, but they ended up saying that they don't want widened roadways because they want that village type center, walkable, bikeable communities. And so they said, we would rather prefer looking at an option where new capacity assumes that there's a connector where that feeds the regional traffic and it allows the local roads to stay local. So I just wanted to add that.
Two more quick questions. First one is more about the funding stuff. So again, if this has been ongoing for 36 years, and now we're at the point where we need a 4-lane toll road, why hasn't this been prioritized from DOT in terms of funding initiatives that would improve traffic? Or what has been done in the past 36 years to improve that area?
We can get you a list of improvements that have been made within the existing system. But again, that system is very limited. So what can occur there?
And I think this is probably the last section that you alluded to, but I totally understand the concept of needing the 3 stools. And I know we need more roads. My question is does it have to be a 4-lane toll road highway, or is there an alternative that could have that stool stand? It might be a little wobbly, but it's something that's more aligned with the values of our community.
I think
I can wait till the last
yeah,
session.
and then we'll talk about it some more as we get farther in, but I think there are a couple balancing items there. So does it need to be 4 lanes? Peter's gonna talk a little bit about that, or does a new capacity highway could be something else? Is there something else that could be a surrogate for that? But again, I think when we get back to that integrated system, that's not just the highways, those need to be efficient as well. Building transit-oriented development in Gorham or outer Scarborough that doesn't have access to good, highly efficient, competitive transit it's just not gonna work, right? So how do you look at that holistically? And I think that's what we're gonna be talking about tonight in the next segments is, how do we look at this thing as a whole? And what are the best solutions?
Councilor Cushing.
Yes, thank you. In 35 years, we've had this congestion problem. And it would seem to me that this room would be filled up with people who would be banging on the table saying, build my road. My sense is, please be quiet, that that's not the general sentiment of the people sitting behind you. And so over that time, while you have been traffic studying and economically evaluating and all of the things that, as you well know, 90% of the people in the state aren't focused in on that. But you've got their attention now. And so why do you suppose that in all of that time, you haven't been able to bring the public along with you in this process?
I think that we're going to address in a few moments. I think that's a really important factor. I will tell you, being the DOT for 25 years and doing a number of these, it is difficult to bring people. People are very busy. People have families, a lot of people are home at dinner tonight. And if you believe government will do what government does and will solve your problems, then you're just less compelled. A lot of times what happens in these studies later on, when maybe it's not going in the way they'd like it to go, they tend to show up. But there's a lot of people in this world that believe government will do the right thing, that eventually it'll work out and I got to go get my kids at daycare, right? But so I'm not saying there aren't lots of people that believe we shouldn't be doing this, but I also believe there are lots of people that should, and they're not seeing what our current stance as a threat to them or a threat to their livelihood yet. I think they will come over time, and I think they'll come if we provide better information, which Aaron's going to really focus on in a few moments.
Just as long as you're from the DOT, you mentioned Route 1 and flash, winter is coming. And when the storms show up, our little Route 1 is probably going to be underwater for some from time to time, as is Black Point Road and some other folks. We got a lot of folks here who might be interested in what you are contemplating to keep us from having to paddle across.
I can give you some information on that. I know our chief engineer is working hard on that. So, yeah, we'll get that for you.
Let's get into the next set of slides. Oh, I'm sorry, Councilor Hamel.
I just had a couple of comments. So I sat through now two presentations by, some combination of the MTA and the MDOT in my 6 years here. And each time I don't recall there being a really formal presentation, number one. Number two, I also recall it being mainly a push by the MTA to sell a solution. They have the money and they wanted to sell a solution. So when I hear you saying tonight that you're coming to reaffirm some kind of consensus, that's a tough place to start. And particularly now, given the fact that you've had so much turmoil at MTA, I don't know how, we as a body can really say this is something that we can embrace and, get behind. So that I'm skeptical. And what I've been told, even at those two meetings, I've been told things that were simply just not true in terms of the, whether or not eminent domain would be required. And we also asked them, I remember asking them both times, in the time that you've had to study this, you should know that we have an emphasis on environmental aspects and also walkability, rideability, as well as connectivity with mass transit. And to this point, those things are all still absent. So I think you're starting with a very high bar and a very tough time with a very wide range of solutions. So I'm, willing to listen, but I know that one group has already voted in favor of this. I believe that the Gorham Town Council has recently, said that they still support the connector. We are in a very different place in Scarborough. So I'm just going to leave it with that and say, I wish you well, but I think we have a solution still in search of a problem.
Okay. Can I address a couple of those? First, I don't work for MTA, and there's a reason I'm here, right? Because I think this is a regional problem. I'm interested in the health of your community and the communities to the west, right? That's why I'm here. And I honestly believe that's why my partners are here. So there's a reason I'm here. There's a reason that either the commissioner or commissioner wasn't able to come tonight, but that's why we're here, right? We want to address those. I think when we get to the last segment tonight, we're going to talk about what DOT is doing that's parallel with those values. And we'll talk about why something like a connector will allow us to enhance those beyond what we've been able to do in Western Maine. So we'll talk to those. I believe we have a buy bar. I absolutely, and I think Aaron's going to talk about us not bringing you along maybe as well as we should have in the past. But so we understand that. We're not surprised.
Back to you guys.
Do I need the microphone?
Yeah.
I'm not touching it.
Yeah, a lot of the, so a lot of this audio is projected through the Zoom and all that, but I do believe in the back of the room, it becomes difficult for those to hear. You're projecting towards me, but.
Right. Okay, so speaking of MOAs, I just thought I would put up on the screen. In 2022, the MOA actually directed the Turnpike to advance the Gorham Connector Road between the bypass and exit 45. So that's why we're here. Or in March of 2024 at the public meeting, we presented what that might look like. Having said that, as has been mentioned several times, the fact that it surprised probably a lot of people that we would show up with a road option and what about the alternatives and what about transit? And even though, as Aaron mentioned, the 3 legs of the stool were talked about in 2012, and we went off and worked on one of those legs, and that's what we were talking about. And we need to bring everything back together and talk about it as an integrated system, as Dale mentioned. So over the next year or however long it takes, we'll plan to make up for that. And do more to bring those ideas together. The other point I was gonna mention with the MOA was there was the last whereas talked about greenhouse gas emissions. Back in 2019, when we did our original traffic and revenue study, we also used the MOVES model from EPA to determine greenhouse gas emissions, whether we'd go up, we'd go down. And at that time, it showed that it would actually go down. In 2023, we updated our traffic and revenue study, and using the modeling from PACS, we also redid the MOVES model. EPA had actually updated their model, and it was a little bit different. So it actually showed that it was a slight increase in greenhouse gas emissions, 0.5%. And according to EPA and DEP, that they didn't see that was significant, and it was probably within the margin of error. Thank you. And even though it may increase greenhouse gas emissions, the Turnpike would be committed to mitigating that through other enhancements to reduce it so it's net zero, which is in line with the Maine Climate Council, as recently the Transportation Working Group, which is a committee of the council, recommended that for any capacity projects going forward, they would need to mitigate for greenhouse gas emissions. So that includes park and ride lots, investing in transit, and education programs, just to name a few. So those types of things we would bring forward through the public process and make sure, and probably look at the MOVES model again at some point in the future. Next slide. I did want to mention there was a few questions about regulatory agencies and the process, and discussion about a third-party review. For the authority, the Army Corps is the federal lead for any permits regarding wetlands. And Maine DEP is the state lead. And they consult with all the other regulatory agencies, including Inland Fisheries and Wildlife, or Maine Historic Preservation Commission, to name a few. So this process is obviously very rigorous, a lot of back and forth, a lot of regulations to follow. And ultimately, it's the Corps that will decide which alternative is the least environmentally damaging practicable alternative. And I'm glad that's up there in front of me so I can read it, because it's difficult to say. So it's important that the authority assesses the viability of all the alternatives and makes a clear case to the regulatory agencies why, and to the public and you folks, why some alternatives are not viable. All projects have impacts, so it's our duty to balance the impacts: wetlands, streams, houses, farmland. Some of this project includes, as an example of that, some of this project includes a bridge instead of a culvert to reduce stream impacts, for example. Or moving the roadway alignment so it's further away from a stream, such as Red Brook. So the Corps was going to determine through the process what level of review is needed, including whether it's an environmental assessment or environmental impact statement, which involves more study and more review. And that would probably happen, well after a permit is filed, which is well beyond probably 2025. So there's a lot of work yet to be done. So this map just gives you an idea of some of the constraints that I'm talking about. You've got the red dots are houses. The dark green is the property of Smiling Hill Farm. And the light green as well. The light green is the fields. And then you've got Eco Maine in yellow, and the blues represent water bodies and wetlands. And as you can see, the various new roadway alignments, kind of weave through there. So we're continuing to review other alternative roadway solutions, including, as Dale mentioned earlier, how a 2-lane roadway would work. Can we reduce impacts and still meet the need? And that's something that had looked at years ago, but we're going to look at it again and provide that specific information at one of the initial public meetings next year. Another alternative that we're looking at is, can we move the roadway off Smiling Hill property? And, which means we move it west. And what impacts would that have? Likely more houses, and, we'd have to see how it impacts Wasomsky Springs, excuse me. So that's what we're going to be working on over the next 6 to 8 months as part of the process. As typical with major capital capacity projects like this one of the initial things you do is you take a look at the entire area, which the lighter shade in this map shows you the study area. You look for historic properties. And one of those properties that was identified as eligible for listing doesn't have to be listed, just has to be eligible for the National Register of Historic Places, was Smiling Hill Farm, as you're probably well aware. This information at the time, which was in 2021, was sent to the Corps and Maine Historic Preservation Commission. That since the final alignment isn't determined and they want to wait until they get to the process of closer to a LEDPA, then they'll determine if there's an impact or not, and whether it's part of their consideration on determining the LEDPA. So that, again, is another thing that's quite a ways away. But it is part of the process, and it will give, the Corps will give it consideration. Next slide. So this is the map that Dale has built up a little bit. Talked about it a couple times. It's basically 20 years after, if a road is built, which is shown in purple, 20 years, after it's built, this is what traffic, volumes might look like in the PM peak. So in comparison to, if you didn't build a new road and didn't do anything, the no build, condition is what we call it. And basically the greens and blues represent lower traffic, even with growth. And then, the reds and yellows are increases, and for the most part, those are on state highways, including the interstates, which is where you want the traffic. So, and I think Dale mentioned this, and I'm sure Aaron will mention it, but the interest, and actually you did mention it, the interest by the communities in having walkable, bikeable, village-style improvements is partly made possible by moving that traffic onto a new roadway.
Peter, all of that's 2045, if we have one and we can share it. One on the build year, so 3 or 4 years out, would look very similar to that, right? It would, the same draw, similar numbers would be a little less, but traffic is being drawn back, at that
The
capacity.
day you open, it would look just like this, or very similar. And that is all I have on that slide.
All right. Counselor questions, Counselor Katarina.
For those of you who don't know, I have been involved with this since 1988. I was on the various committees with GP Cog and PAX and God only knows, I can't even remember who else over time, but thank you. I noticed some of my neighbors and friends sitting up back. I am the only town councilor who lives in North Scarborough. So I'm the closest one to everything going on here. You're not North Scarborough, you're West Scarborough. Sorry. There's a difference. Anyway, why 2 exits? I know I was a little surprised, the more I was learning that all of a sudden we've got an exit at Running Hill Road and then another one up on Route 22, because I know originally way back when the Bernard Rhines bypass was built, it was built specifically with no exits other than the roads, Narragansett and whatever, I forget the top one. But to move traffic, because that was the whole point, move traffic. Get it off the roads of Gorham Village in particular with the Rhines Highway. And I know that my neighbors, some of my neighbors up in the Running Hill area and on New Road, which is right behind me, are concerned, you know, if you're letting traffic get on or off at Running Hill Road, you're just attracting more traffic there. And likewise with 22, they're all nodding back there. Keep nodding, everybody, so they can see. That 22 will also be a magnet for more traffic, and it's not going to solve anything. So I'm just going to throw that out there. Do you have any?
Sure.
Peter's looking at me like.
No, it's a very common question, and you know, it's one that we've asked ourselves, and the short answer is it drives more traffic to the road, the new road. And that
Not New Road, don't say that, because New Road's
Sorry.
behind me.
the connector. So Running Hill Road, there's traffic that could get on the connector and get to the Turnpike or 295 without having to go through the city streets in South Portland and through another 4 or 5 traffic lights. So it was really just about driving more traffic, local traffic, to the road to use to make that longer trip, as opposed to making their way through.
Oh, won't that attract all this traffic then onto the side roads in Scarborough and North Scarborough, or keep, it's already attracting a lot of traffic, but we'll keep that traffic or increase it potentially?
So, and another reason why this map is helpful, you can see, barely see, but there is some, obviously on Route 2022 near where the interchange would potentially go. It's yellow, it doesn't go completely down. There definitely would have to be some off-site improvements, some local road improvements to manage any changes in traffic volume, but the overall regional change in traffic, because the new roadway takes more of that, is, you know, what the goal of the project was. So if you eliminate an interchange, you're gonna reduce the amount of traffic that's taken off the local roads. That's the short answer.
Not the opposite, because I see the opposite happening. You're gonna get more local traffic potentially, because people are gonna get off on Running Hill Road and then cut across Running Hill Road, and you're gonna be not gaining anything.
Well, it depends
I
on.
mean, I'm just,
Yeah, and it depends on where they're coming and going from. If somebody wants to go to the mall, they're gonna get off at, you know, at exit 45 or the main mall road. If they wanna go to Target, they're gonna get off at Running Hill Road and not have to backtrack.
because in particular, the one I'm concerned about, not just because I live there, but is that Running Hill exchange, because there are so many other ways
Sure.
you can get on or off or go to the mall than getting onto you don't need another exit to go on or off this connector at Running Hill in particular. So I just wanted to,
Well, and I should have mentioned this in the slide where I talked about looking at 2 lanes. Another piece of that is to look at how many interchanges are necessary and what, and share that with the public at public meetings and look at the options.
and I am very happy to hear you say you consider 2 lanes, because that was my feeling originally, and then it expanded into 4 lanes, and I was like, I'm not wild about that, but yet we need to do something. I think there'd be more support for 2 lanes than 4 lanes, and definitely more support if you didn't have necessarily exits going on and off. But I would have, again, I haven't looked at the studies, I don't know the traffic patterns, I'm not a traffic engineer. But I do know what my neighbors think and what their concerns are, so I just, wanted to make that clear.
So one thing, when Erin speaks, she's gonna lay out the process.
Okay,
And there's a place in the process where we'll be taking those deep dives and sharing them and talking to you. So I think Erin's gonna cover that if you.
okay, great, thank you, that's it for me.
Counselor Anderson.
Yeah, I agree with Counselor Katarina. If it's feasible to do a 2-lane, no interchange road, I would prefer that. So my question is, you said that we're still quite a ways away from really understanding the impact to Smiling Hill Farm. Why can't we just make it a hard requirement that this project cannot impact Smiling Hill Farm?
Waiting for the applause to.
No applause allowed.
You can nod.
So we present to the Army Corps is the regulatory agency that has the lead on this, and they care about wetlands and impacts and, consider a lot of things, and we present the information to them and come up with the different alternatives, and ultimately, that's a call that they would have to make. So, and there's a very robust public process with the Corps, and they will ask a lot of questions, and they'll accept comments and input as well from past practice on other projects. And I expect, even though we go through our public process, if it ever came to filing a permit and presenting that to the Corps, that would be a consideration.
Who are the points of contact at the Corps and at DEP specific for this project? Because again, I think it's important that the public have those names and information so that they can reach out to them as well, especially if they would like to, let them know
Sure.
that they would like them to avoid that particular property.
Well, I know for Maine DEP, they've got some staff changes, so I can't tell you exactly who. And then at the Corps, it's the Augusta office, which is a pretty small office. And, I think they've changed three times in the last year on who's been assigned this project. So off the top of my head, I can't say, but we can provide the latest names.
I had a quick question about the Army Corps. What is the Army Corps' jurisdiction in this? I mean, I know they're responsible for waterways and that sort of thing. We are pretty familiar with them because of dredging and so forth here in Scarborough, but what What exactly is their domain?
They are responsible for enforcing the Clean Water Act, which includes wetlands, filling wetlands. So a project like this in Scarborough, there's a lot of wetlands. So that's their charge. And then Maine DEP would be looking at the streams and the impacts to, they work hand in hand.
In that process, they consult with all environmental resource agencies. So they'll be getting information from fisheries. So it's wetlands, but in the context of stuff.
Councillor Cushing.
Sir, are you aware that town of Scarborough has passed a growth ordinance which is specifically designed to limit single family homes and slow the growth in our community because it is a major concern. And those folks who read the leader know that it bothers me some too. And so when I hear about why people want to live in Scarborough and say because it has great schools and environment and so forth, my question is, if we put in a Wicked Good Road, how is that going to impact the number of people who want to come and live here? So my question really is, doesn't this sort of thing drive growth? And generally speaking, when you put in a highway, you reference the fact that it's good for economic development, which is growth, because businesses need people and people need places to live and so on and so forth. So I'm wondering if you could address how we reconcile this goal, which has been publicly endorsed, if not demanded, against the desire to mitigate congestion.
I will try. The growth west of Portland, west of Scarborough is, probably the culprit in driving the traffic that has to get through Scarborough to get to Portland and the turnpike. So, and it's a regional, as Dale has said several times, it's a regional problem and a regional solution or part of the solution. So I don't know if
So,
you
yeah.
it sounded like you wanted to say something.
Yeah, well, as part of this project, we had done a indirect land use study we had engaged all of the communities, the planners for your 4 towns, the MOA communities, along with the outer towns of Buxton, Hollis, Standish, Leamington, forgetting one? Wyndham, to see what their comp plans have in them, because we wanted to see, is if this road were to be built, how would the road impact and drive land use patterns? Like, how would it shift people being able to, get to work quicker? Would people just all of a sudden start saying, oh, now I'm gonna move out there because it's easier to get there? And your towns have they've already considered, they've put the land use policies in to respond to the connector. So you've got those things implemented already that will prevent it from really making, it have a big impact on your community. And the report is up on our website. In some communities, it was, a delta of 2 or 3 houses the road itself would cause. Because growth is happening already. We know that there's a housing crisis. We need 80,000 units currently in Maine, or at least in this region. So the growth is happening. So the road itself wasn't the thing that's going to cause growth. It might cause a couple additional per year. But there were some communities that don't have, like Buxton didn't have something in effect that would necessarily limit the growth from the road, but it was not substantial in terms of, it wasn't something that was going to like blow it out of the water and make it so that you're gonna see this influx, like making the road overwhelm because of housing that's happening west.
I assume that you are still interested in gaining public support for this process. And when I see how this is unraveled around the Smiling Hill Farm, I'm reminded of a Hannaford manager many, many years ago who fired an 80-year-old man for stealing a chocolate chip cookie. If he'd stood in the mirror and said, "I'm about to fire an 80-year-old man for stealing a chocolate chip cookie," he might have stayed off the headline of the Portland Press. And so I'm wondering, did anybody look in the mirror and say, "I'm about to build a road through a property which is in every family album for multiple generations in this state"? Because it's sort of, when I think about the need to gain, I know I'm feeling like I must be getting some info from the Great Spirit here. But when I think about the fact that if this project truly has the merit that you say it does, then it shouldn't be hard to communicate it in a way and to make choices that don't come out of the gate inflaming this community. And it would really be helpful for me to understand, particularly since you've got 35 years experience, to understand how this is going to be different.
Well, I can speak a little bit to that, in that unfortunately, there were some choices made that I don't necessarily agree with in terms of how we went out about this project. And I would have liked to have seen things handled differently from the get-go in terms of how we communicated. And we can't go back. We can only go forward. And I believe Peter as well, are committed to making sure that we do the best we can to make sure the public is kept informed and has the best information that we have available. And we will do our best to make sure that everyone has an opportunity to be at the table and be a part of the process. There's been some things that I don't think have been, there's been some misinformation in terms of what the public's been given that hasn't made it any easier for us to get our message across. And there's been a long pause of us not sharing information, because after the first meeting, we were really trying very hard to address some of what we heard. And then it just became that we just didn't have any meetings. And then, Peter announcing that he was going to be leaving, we just said, hold on, let's just take a breath. And so that's, now we're kind of really transitioning into what I was about to talk about. You may have other questions, so I should stop, but yeah, I agree. There was never, there are other options potentially available, and they do have impacts. I will say that. I mean, it could inflame an entirely new group of people. So, if we don't touch Smiling Hill at all, then you might upset 23 more homeowners. And I don't know, that might not be the exact number. I'm just saying 23. Don't quote me on that, but
Just one comment on a different, earlier in my brief tenure here, we filled up this room half with dog owners and half with people who love the plovers. Okay. And it was a great debate of reasonable people with differing needs. But the point is that the room was filled with our constituents who are asking us to try to balance those needs.
yeah,
I will be persuaded when I see half the room filled up with people who say build the road. Thanks.
Dawn, I represent quite a few of those people.
So
Well,
I'm gonna
they ain't emailing me.
I'm gonna ask you to finish the presentation, because we're getting about 25 minutes left here. So I'd like you to get through the presentation, all our questions to then, all right?
all right.
Thanks.
Well, that's where I come in, and I kind of started to cover a little bit of this, because in July, as we were just talking about, Peter announced that he was not going to be seeking reappointment in September. And so at that time, we announced that we would be pausing the public engagement, extending the timeline for that portion of the project. And like I said, we had received quite a bit of feedback at that initial public meeting. And so we were really working on trying to incorporate what we had heard and doing some engineering to look at how to maybe see if what other alternatives might be available. And we realized that people weren't at the new roadway alternative that first meeting. And we have been in the weeds on this project for years. We have been dealing with the legislature, you as communities that have been involved with it. So we got ahead of ourselves. We went ahead with the charge that we were given and didn't go all the way to the beginning as to where everyone else that might not have the long history, we should have done better, and we will do better. So since then, we have been working on refining our approach to what that public process will look like and what the scope of what the scope of work will look like, and addressing the concerns that we heard from the public. And also Maine DOT has launched their enhanced transit and active transportation study that is associated with the Gorham Connector, and that gets to what you had said, Councilor Hamel, talking about some of those other components that need to be part of this. And we're also partnering with Metro and Maine DOT for the funding of the phase 2 of the bus rapid transit study. So that's something that's happening. We also, at the September 5th meeting, staff recommended to the MTA board that the Gorham Connector project be removed from the current capital, 4-year capital plan. We received over 150 comments from the public about that in our draft capital plan. So we've asked that they remove it, push it out further in the overall schedule to allow for further evaluation. And we also at that meeting shared our plans to develop this more involved public engagement plan that's going to focus on 3 major areas. So those 3 major areas are getting back to the root of the issue, establishing the need, trying to is there a traffic problem? Do we all agree that there is a traffic problem? And starting there, and this is kind of building blocks. So the next public meeting would be to look at those alternative solutions, some of the things that we've heard that could be potential, the intersection improvements, options for transit, traffic signalization, and I believe, Dale has said before that those are, and you've said tonight that, you might get a few years of longevity out of those things, but how long does that last? And so we want to look at those things, provide the public with what that would look like, and move on from there to, the next building block would be evaluating any of the new roadway capacity options. And so that would include what a widening roadway option would look like versus any new roadway alignments. And yes, we had the one we had 5 versions of the same one, I would like to say, at that first meeting. But when we come back, I believe that we would have multiple versions of a new roadway alignment. So there might be different ones that you would see, and maybe there would be, the 2-lane versus the 4-lane, interchanges, no interchanges, that type of thing. And maybe offset from where we had them before. So that's what we're talking about there. And in order to get there, that's going to take a little bit of work to get us well set up. we anticipate having that first, well, the next public meeting in the first quarter of 2025. And as soon as we kind of have that outlined, we can come back with, you know, having more of what you're used to seeing as more of the timeline, kind of like in a swim lane type chart that lists out when we think those would happen. But at this point, I just wasn't able to have that ready to share with you tonight. But in the interim, we do plan on communicating with the public, encouraging ongoing feedback through regular updates. And those would happen through our PIMA, which is the project website. And we have already started to send out alerts through that, kind of in the form of a newsletter. And so doing that on a regular basis, hopefully it would be on a regular cadence, doing something maybe like every other week. 1 week it would be update on the project, the other week being more of like the background info, sharing some of the info that people kind of, that we might not want to just cover at every single, you know, at a public meeting, but just putting that info out to people, so that they get an opportunity to digest some of it and then ask us questions through our PIMA online website. And then just, yeah, making sure that we clearly outline how the public can be involved. We intend to restart the advisory committee meetings that we had had with the town managers. And we will have that set up via Zoom so that any members of the public that want to participate will be able to see that. They will be able to watch that. They won't necessarily be able to participate, but they'd be able to watch those, and we'll have those available for viewing afterwards on the website, and we'll notice those as well. So that's all to come. And I think that's all I have on that. And I'll turn it over to Dale to talk
Yeah,
about that.
Mr. Chairman, you might, as well we just get through the rest.
Keep
of it.
going, yep.
So I'll go fairly quickly. Let me skip that one, Ryan. Yeah, so things you can expect in addition to us working, as we talked about with MTA and providing them information and providing them support and up to the evaluation that Aaron talked about. Some other things you can expect from us in the interim. Aaron mentioned earlier, I think we all mentioned earlier, PACS had come out with a locally preferred alternative between Portland and Gorham, going out Brighton Avenue for bus rapid transit. We're partnering with Metro with support from MTA to evaluate the engineering around that and how much benefit can we get from it. If you put BRT in a congested corridor, there are some trade-offs that you're having with locals and vehicular traffic. So we're trying to figure out how that works, working with Gorham, Westbrook, and Portland. So that'll be going on over the next probably 8 to 12 months. At the same time, we have a number of highway upgrades. You asked what we've been doing. Gorham Connector was one of them, lots of other improvements. We have some sections of highway in this corridor that have never been built to modern standards. They're very short, they're very small. They will improve safety and they'll have some impact on traffic flow, positive impact on traffic flow. So we're designing those now, probably fund those in the next few years. Those are with or without a connector. Things that we're doing in anticipation of this corridor, whatever this corridor is. We talked about earlier. We've got an advisory committee. We're spending about $300,000 to study how transit could be coupled with this. And one of the interesting benefits related to Peter's map, if we're able to have a free-flowing corridor, put transit on that corridor, attract at least that much traffic off the rest of the network, that only will help with BRT out Brighton Avenue, right? Because it'll pull some of the traffic off Brighton Avenue. That'll just make it better. So these things could be integrated. But just think of an express line from out the western Gorham into Portland on a regular basis, and that being a competitive solution. So we're looking at that. We expect the study for the transit stuff to be done in spring, summer of 25, which will feed into some of the things that they're working on. We also, as part of that same study, we're looking at lots of active transportation connections. What would this corridor mean to connect from Western Portland or Scarborough all the way out to Gorham and then their system that goes beyond Gorham? How can we make those connections There's some property that'll be put into, probably be put into, preservation, and how could these connections, make other connections? So that's also will be done in 25. And then I think the last thing, just so you guys have plenty of time for questions, is, I think we're just letting you know, where we, both agencies are vested in this process, vested in the process that Aaron just laid out. We're vested, like the communities have been to date, in looking for a solution or solutions. I believe there'll be solutions. I don't believe it'll be a solution. And we just ask, I mean, the DOT is, going to, kind of hold its final decisions and its, priorities until this process works out over the next year or so. And our ask of you would just be simply, would you be willing to do the same? Because I think it's important to see where this is all going. I think you heard some people talking, some very earnest terms about, maybe this going in a different direction than it has been recently. That's all we have, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. We'll just turn it over. Generally, we have 15 minutes-ish for questions. So it's a lot of counselors to go through. Maybe keep it succinct to the point, since this is your opportunity. Counselor Katarina.
I have one question. It's a little bit of a, I guess, self-centered question, but why isn't the Cumberland County Commissioners and York County Commissioners involved? Seeing as you've been dealing with Buxton, Hollis, Standish, Leamington, Wyndham, you've got both those counties, you're talking about it as a regional. I mean, if I could just make that recommendation that you get county commissioners involved too, because they've got I'm learning, it's a whole different viewpoint on things that they could bring to the table.
I think we certainly would invite them. Some counties engage, some don't.
Right.
Counties in Maine are different than counties other places.
Right.
I think if they'd engage with us, we'd be more than happy to.
Fight them, please.
Sounds like fun, Mike.
Okay, yeah. That's it for me. Thanks.
Counselor Hamel.
Yep. I am encouraged by what you've said about a complete reorientation to how you want to go forward in this process. And one thing I think that is positive is that you, instead of ending with a public process, you're going to begin with one. And I think that is admirable. The other thing you mentioned is you're going to try to collaborate better with some other players, PACS, GP Cogs, MDOT, MTA, and the state. So my question to you is, how exactly do you plan on doing that? Because I think these groups are not done a good job in being very disciplined about involving the public and really listening to what the public is saying.
So for the studies that we're doing, that are more of the other elements, they are on the steering committees. So PACS is on the steering committee, Metro's on the steering committee. Elements of all four of your towns are on them. Most of your planners are on those committees. And that's the steering committee to guide the study with the consultant, with us to the end. So we've already engaged them. MTA has engaged in that as well and communicating with them. So as they look at those elements, they're going to be looking at the whole broader, because all these things are intertwined. So we've already started that. We started that several months ago. I think we kicked off, Ian's behind me somewhere there, about a month and a half ago. So 2 months ago, maybe. So I think that's one way. We've been talking with PACS a bunch. Certainly would like to have them more engaged if they so choose to. Is that all fair?
Yeah. That's how I got involved in the beginning, was PACS. That was in 1988, so.
Yeah, and they're the author of many of those studies, right?
Counselor Anderson. Final thoughts?
I just have a lot of questions, so I don't want to take the time, but maybe what I can do is just share my questions with you guys and provide them to the town manager to provide, but I would like to share a few. So I did, the statement that you guys had on your website really was kind of my basis for these questions. So you guys say on there, the Gorham Connector project is designed to create a more efficient, safer, and sustainable future. This project will reduce commute times, alleviate regional congestion, and is self-funded by tolls, not taxes. It will enhance safety by reducing crash rates, benefit the environment by reducing emissions from idling vehicles, and supports diverse transportation options. The connector serves as the final piece of a long-term vision linking the Gorham bypass to the interstate to deliver long-term and sustainable transportation solutions for the region. So specifically as it relates to will reduce commute times, my understanding was that the Portland Town Council or City Council didn't support this, specifically because they were concerned that we were just moving traffic from one area to Portland. So what will the impact be in Portland, and how much time will that create when this road is created? As it relates to reducing emissions from idling, what about all the new emissions that will be coming in 20 years from growth? What about the other impacts to the environment, like stormwater runoff, the impact to Red Brook, transportation options? What about noise pollution? That's going to be an issue for our community. You know, as it relates to, sorry, one sec. Sorry. As it relates to alleviating regional congestion, again, why not roundabouts, adaptive traffic signals, the 2-lane road that was discussed tonight? How much time would that buy us in terms of addressing, like, do we have to fix the solution for 2060, or can we create a solution for 2045? Enhancing safety, you know, studies show that accidents increase at interchanges and off ramps. So how is this actually making us more safer? Are we just moving traffic accidents from one part of town to these new off ramps? What about the structural safety of the homes and the community where this is going to be? We're going to have to blast a lot of bedrock. That's going to create a lot of instability for those homes. That bedrock also has a lot of sulfur in it that will be dangerous to the well water in that region. So what's going to happen there? Again, there was a lot of talk about transportation options. I understand that's part of the stool. But when has GPCOG and PACS last endorsed this project? How does this fit into the Transit Tomorrow plan or the Gorham Westbrook Portland Rapid Transit Study? Lastly, again, you talked about it being part of a long-term vision, but I'm just not sure whose long-term vision this is and how that aligns with our values. We got a statement today from somebody from our transportation committee that said, what I understand our shared town vision and goals are with regard to open space, sustainability, environmental protection, growth, and traffic. I've never heard anyone casually or publicly dream of having a new highway through our town. We don't have a lot of public comment at the transportation committee level, but I can assure you it's to the contrary. People want safer crosswalks in front of our schools, better biking, slower driving through their neighborhoods, more trails and sidewalks. We do hear about problems with townwide traffic, but interestingly, this type of project has been far from anything we've been asked by the public to look into, consider, or support. So again, I really appreciate you guys coming today. It sounds like it's been 36 years. What I heard again was you need more years. And I feel like rather than, you know, continuing where we're at, I think we have to learn and say, how do we hit a hard reset, start over? And what is it going to take to actually solve the congestion problems that we have in our community that align with our values? And I don't think it's what we have before us.
Councilor Cushing.
Thank you. I think in fairness to you, while you're all sitting here, in case you didn't get the memo, when we start our meeting this evening, I intend to introduce a resolution or a resolution to withdraw our support. And I want to be clear with you that I liked all, you know, okay, we get it now. We understand, we're listening. And I think that's great. And the resolution says that we will continue to work with MDOT and MTA and anybody else who wants to work with us in a manner that is consistent with our goals. But at this point, I feel, in fairness, I don't know if my colleagues will agree with me, but it's my position that we need to come back and see from our constituents, hearing from them that you've met this bar. Not that you've met it with us, but that you really have, in fact, engaged this public, figured out how to do it. And here's a little tip. There are about 80 email addresses right out here that you could get if you ask for them. I don't know if you want them or not, but those folks might be interested in engaging with you and telling you how they can solve this problem. Because there's one thing that is common to every email and comment I've received. And that is that these are thoughtful people who recognize that there are issues that we need to address, and they are willing to engage, and you now have their attention. So I would encourage you to take advantage of that. Thank you.
Counselor Shoup or Counselor Souther, anything? All right, so I'll dive in real quick. So I commute 114 to 22, and, or some days just 22 the whole way. Often as frequently as I can, broad turn, so I don't have to go near 114 or 22.
Yeah.
And what happens is you notice the traffic definitely diverges at certain points, right? And it's going out largely to Gorham, but without mistake. I could tell you that 5% might end up, and this is anecdotally, of course, 5% end up the same as me heading out towards Buxton. It's very few. My concern is once you put in a highway like this, are we just, even if it was, you know, an expressway with no interchanges and avoided Smiling Hill Farm, are we, as some other councilors said, are we pushing the sprawl? Are we just gonna make that commute that, you know, right now, people are hesitant to move out that far because they know their commute to the economic centers and their employment is going to be maybe 40, 45 minutes on some mornings if you hit rush hour the wrong way. But if you now put an, you know, an expressway right through and you get all those people to Gorham within, you know, 10 minutes, now are you gonna push that willingness to travel 40 minutes, a half hour from that point of exit? And I know I'm here to represent Scarborough and our community, but it does beg the larger question in general. Are we going to be doing this to our neighbors out west? And I'm glad to hear that you've engaged with Hollis and Buxton and the surrounding communities out there, because this does have an impact to them if something like this goes through.
Mhm.
The other thing that I'd like you to take away with me is, in theory, I'm very supportive of a Gorham connector because I hate traffic. It stinks. I don't like to sit there, but that's a personal thing. When I find out that it's gonna cut through or be a portion of Smiling Hill Farm gets impacted, I now sit there and ask myself, is my 10 minutes of inconvenience worth going through there? And my answer is emphatically no. And I think that's, please hold your applause. I am a pleasure to listen to, I get it. I'm just kidding. So, but I think when you go back to the drawing board, and I am encouraged to hear that you're hoping to be able to share maybe up to four different new roadway pathways, to make these same improvements to the traffic congestion area. At some point, the bar has to be as simple as, is it worth the sacrifice, right? Is my 10 to 15 minutes of being annoyed worth what I'm gonna do to the environment, to my neighbors, to the communities over there? So I think as you approach it, I just ask you to keep that sensible piece of mind to this. We are unfortunately at the end of our time, but I do really appreciate you coming here. And for everyone that's listening, as much as you are upset about what's happening here, it is a very hard job that they are trying to do for 30+ years, and there's no appeasing everyone. So I just ask that we all just maintain this respectable level of discourse through this. There's a lot to be learned from both sides. Environmental impacts, I think, still not widely unknown. I know you have some big, strong leads that are watching out for that. But I think in general, there's a lot of different angles to take into consideration with a project like this. So I just to be respectful, if somebody wants to reach out to you that has a question here tonight and like to hear from you directly about maybe your future plans or your future meetings, what's the best way to reach out to you?
Sure. My email is ecourtney@mainturnpike.com.
ECOUNEY
RTNEY@mainturnpike.com.
MainTurnpike.com.
It's all spelled out, Maine, the state. And that's the easiest way. They can call.
I think the other thing we should mention is just that registering for the Pima site will mean you're getting all of the updates.
Mhm.
It'll keep you in the loop as to everything that's going on. You know, those are obviously monitored as well. So that's a way to make sure that you're getting the updates.
Yep, and many of the people in this room, I think, are already signed up.
On your mailing list?
Oh, yes.
All right, well, thank you. I appreciate you taking the time this evening. And with that, we have council in exactly about 5 minutes, so we'll recess for a little bit. Actually, right before not that I just tricked you all. All right. Real quick, and this is just to satisfy me and maybe some of the people out there, just by a show of hands, how many people in here would be way more open to the concept of a Gorham connector if it avoided Smiling Hill Farm. Just in general, then don't shame anyone, just, you would be more open to the concept without it impacting Smiling Hill. Yeah, okay. Mixed results, I was just curious.
Yeah.
All right. And then just in general, how many are just flat out opposed to any connector? That's informative. Okay. You don't drive the same roads I do to get home.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah.
just kidding.
Yep.
Hey, thank you all very much. I appreciate you participating.
Good.
We'll see you in a couple minutes.
Well, then we're gonna
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the September 18th, 2024 Town of Scarborough Town Council meeting. If you'd all please join me and rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Tody, could you call the roll, please?
Counselor Seibert,
Here.
Counselor Cushing,
Here,
Counselor Shu,
Here.
Counselor Anderson,
Here.
Counselor Hamel,
Here.
Counselor Katarina,
Here.
and Chairman McGee.
Here.
All present. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we're into general public comments. Now, typically, the way this works is that you have 3 minutes at the podium to talk about any topic that's not currently on our agenda. I'd like, based on the makeup of the room this evening, I'd like to ask a couple favors. First of all, before I open the public comments, if you're here to talk on something other than the Gorham Connector, I'd like you to go up first. And just so if they were really kind of coming in and coming out with something, they can do that. The rest of us, I think, have maintained to stay here for a larger part of the evening. When you get up there, we ask that you be respectful. You give your name for the record. There's a little blinky light. That means your 3 minutes is up. And we're going to need you to respect it. There's a lot of people here tonight. I would also accept the fact that you may have a couple of really good public speakers and can't wait to get up here and talk. And maybe if you just want to do a very subtle, not applause, but maybe just give me a little tap and say you support it, rather than hearing 80 different testimonies of largely the same thing, which I suspect I might get tonight. I'd rather see a little bit of support this way and maybe save your comments if somebody hasn't covered them. If that's to be fair to everyone here. We have some business. I have the ability to stop public comment at 30 minutes. I don't want to do that. So I'd like to get through what you have to tell us. We're all ears, but let's see if we can do this the right way. Fastest way to do it too is to line up against the wall if you want to speak this evening. And then one other note, it's not always easy public speaking. And so maybe you're here and you see the size of this room and the people, and maybe you might say something that's not going to be popular in here. Don't make that person uncomfortable. Make them feel welcome. Their opinions are valuable, okay? So with that, if you're not here to talk about the Gorham Connector, we would like to hear a public comment now. Ms. McKee, I love that you're starting us up. Oh, no. Oh, yeah, you're up. You're it. Yeah.
Talk about the connectors.
Well, if you're going to talk about the connector, I'm going to ask you to sit down, Ms. McKee. I know, we were all excited. Okay, thanks.
Sorry, Nina. Hi, Darlene Smith, 10 Bickford. I'm just here for a positive thing to say that I'm an Eastern Trail walker, and I'm absolutely delighted with, I don't know if it was Scarborough Public Works or if it was Todd Souza or Tom kind of drove it, but it's the best I've seen it in 10 years. They widened, they mowed, it looks amazing. So I just want to say kudos to whoever's responsible. Thank you.
Thank you. Nothing else to talk about this evening. Okay. So what I like to do is have anyone that wants to talk on the Gorham Connector, just start to form up a little line so we can kind of move through a little quicker. I am going to strictly enforce the 3-minute rule this evening, okay? And then hopefully we can get through this and leave some time for our regular business. Ms. McKee, welcome.
Nina McKee, 309 Black Point Road. I'm going to be really quick. The proposed Gorham Connector will open the door for development and more traffic. It will take people's land. It will negatively affect the environment. It will increase traffic. It is much wiser to invest the out-of-sight price for the connector into public transportation. And I really urge you, please do not invade Smiling Hill Farm. It is one of the last peaceful farmlands available to we the public. It has been in the same family for generations of hard work and love of the land. Smiling Hill Farm is a cherished part of our community. Please do not vote for this horrific plan. We are counting on you to vote in the most sensible way. No. and no is a complete sentence. So I'm sorry. Let me tell you. One day I was having lunch, and this is a picture of what Smiling Hill Farm is all about. I mean, a wonderful man and his child looking at the cows. And that's what we need in this world. Our world is so screwed up. So here we have this, to say no, 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 no. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McKee.
Thank you. My name is Michael Knight. I live at Smiling Hill Farm and have been working Smiling Hill Farm for 63 years. And I want to thank everybody coming out here for support. And my job is to get this farm to the next generation. And farming, as we all know, is very hard. Every day I have problems and I try to fix, and it gets harder and harder. And I don't know if I can handle, if this bypass comes in, I don't think there'll be a Smiling Hill Farm. I just cannot do it. And can you bring that picture out again? It's a beautiful picture she took. Just imagine a 4-lane highway behind it. Would it have the same meaning looking at this? Probably not. My mother and father knew that being in the dairy business, they had to supplement that income. And they started Smiling Hill Farm and they opened it up to the public. And the public is more than welcome to come. They can see cows. We have 13 kilometers of cross-country ski trails, which unfortunately in the wintertime, we haven't been able to use those. But we opened them up to the Portland trails. And today I was cutting back trails to allow people to walk the trails and come to Smiling Hill Farm and see nature. But it's hard. There isn't a whole lot of money in the farm. And I can't believe that if this goes through, that Smiling Hill Farm can survive it. It will not. And if it goes through, the day the bulldozer shows up is the day we call the cattle truck and send our cows to auction, because I can't hand this over to the next generation handcuffed by a 4-lane highway going through it. So I mean that. It's hard. There's not a lot of money. We're trying to make it work, but this 4-lane highway is not going to work. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Knight. Welcome.
Hello, my name is Ben Wallace, 781 County Road. I am a 12th generation farmer here at Smiling Hill Farm. You just heard from the 11th generation farmer right there a moment ago. And I have the 13th generation farmer right out there, my daughter, that's here. So as you know, I mean, this farm has been in our family since 1720. I mean, this is before we were a country of, we just had a birthday just not too long ago, 1776. The country just turned 248 years old. Our farm is 304 years old. And what you guys are supporting the MTA for this, like you just heard, is going to kill our farm. I am asking you today to resend that MOA you guys signed in 2022. And I say that especially because of paragraph 5, where it says that it would, at all extents, try to avoid wetlands, Red Brook, farmlands, and historical sites. And as you are aware, we're definitely a farm. It is hidden farmlands. We just sat here and saw the MTA. They put up a couple proposed paths. All of them were through our farm. Not one of those they tried to eliminate going through that farm. So again, I'm asking you guys today as a council to resend that 2022 MOA that you guys signed for the support for the MTA. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wallace.
Good evening. Thank you for your time tonight and hearing all the comments. I know it's the start of a long evening. My name is Eric Kumiller. I'm here on behalf of Trout Unlimited and many members across all of the communities that are going to be impacted by the proposed highway. And I think just to build on some of those thoughts and ask a question, with all of the concerns you'll hear about tonight, at what point is it a no with all the things stacking up against this project? If there's no path that doesn't hit Smiling Hill, if there's no path that doesn't impact Red Brook, there are a lot of things they're trying to work around. And I think one of the council members put it as they're selling a solution. They have this solution, but they're trying to work it through all of the issues when the issues just kind of stack up to, this isn't a great project. We don't need this. Specifically, I'll speak to Red Brook. We're spearheading some research to try and study the water quality because we know that this highway is going to increase water temperatures, which is going to kill one of the last wild self-sustaining brook trout populations in the greater Portland area. It's going to increase water temperatures dumping into Casco Bay, which is going to have impacts. I think it was also mentioned Route 1 flooding. All of this stacks up. The reference to a three-legged stool is also applicable on the other side in terms of environmental impacts, air quality, water quality. All of these things are not really being considered. And I think one of the things that's really telling is we've actually met with MTA and their engineering firm back in April. They didn't have any designs to review in terms of stormwater management, stream crossings, and to date, we've reached back out to them. They still don't have designs. So I think in terms of the public engagement process and being able to evaluate this project and the impact it's going to have on these communities, without designs, you can't evaluate a project of this scale. It's all conceptual at this stage, and it's still a really tough sell, meaning it should just be a no-go. I think that's it. I'll make way for others, but thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good evening. Whoops. I think I just destroyed your microphone. Sorry about that. My name is Beth Della Valle. I'm a Portland native and a land use planner with 43 years experience planning in Maine. Albert Einstein is attributed to saying that the definition of insanity is doing the same thing again and again and expecting a different outcome. Yet that's exactly what we are doing here. Proposing to build a road to bring commuters to jobs in the Portland area, despite the fact that studies consistently show that adding lanes to reduce congestion may work for a few years at best, only to induce more car trips, more sprawl, and more congestion. The costs of this proposal to address traffic congestion are just too high. And the bottom line is that the proposed solution won't work. The approximately 4-minute time savings for a commute to work will translate into an incentive for more sprawl, more congestion, environmental degradation, and undermining of community character. Why should we embrace a solution that has not worked virtually anywhere else in this country? We need serious investment in public transportation. The cost of the new road will prevent and further undermine efforts to get folks out of their cars. We need serious investment in land use management to actually create nodes of development. That means we have to invest in infrastructure. We need to break down the silo walls of how we spend not only transportation and land use dollars, but also how we spend our economic development dollars so that jobs and housing are not so far apart. They need to support each other instead of working at cross purposes, which is what we do over and over and over again in Maine. We're facing real issues here. They are complicated. Highway expansion is a simple answer, but not the solution. We need to do the hard work to identify and embrace solutions which are in our collective interest. I encourage you to think about those larger concepts, all of what I'll say the the smaller ones, which people have been talking about, which are very big in and of themselves. But it is a bigger level that I'm asking you to think about. And I encourage you to think very carefully. I know you've got a hard decision in front of you, but I support the last speaker. No is the answer here. We have to find better solutions. Thank you.
Thank you.
How you doing? My name is Jason Plummer. I lived 26 Running Hill Road. I bought that property when I was a kid, and you know, I said, well, no one's gonna be any closer than they are to me right now. And I kind of like it that way. And what they're talking about is coming right through my backyard. And they said, oh, I won't even notice it. 4 lanes, 100 yards from my house. It's gonna be hard not to notice it. And they want to give me peanuts. What happens? Who wants to buy my house after that happens? When I get 4 lanes in the backyard, I guess if you're from New Jersey and you like that, then maybe they will buy it, but I don't. And, you know, I think that we can do better than, you know, wrecking all that wildlife going through there. And it seems like they've, you know, bought properties everywhere. And I kind of thought about it like me buying a bunch of parts for a '69 Chevelle that I don't know if I can get the car yet. So, you know, I'm sorry you spent a lot of money, you know, on property they bought, but, you know, I guess you should have worked it, you know, through the people or the right channels first. So, I hope it doesn't go through. And thanks for your time.
Thank you.
My name's Patty Barber, and I grew up in Scarborough, graduating Scarborough High School, class of '81. As a child, I spent my days stomping around in the streams in my backyard. I became a veterinarian, and now I'm involved with fisheries protection. Red Brook, with its headwaters in the shaded forests of Smiling Hill Farm, nurtures one of the last remaining breeding populations of native brook trout in southern Maine. These cold, clean, oxygenated waters flow out to Casco Bay and into the greater Atlantic Ocean. These headwaters are also where the proposed Turnpike Spur will be situated. The removal of the tree cover to build this road will warm these waters to temperatures lethal to brook trout. Runoff with its tire particulates, exhaust components, and de-icing chemicals will poison aquatic life. More than that, it'll have profound effects beyond this one watershed. The warm, toxic waters pass out into the ocean and will multiplied by millions of other adverse effects. They will affront our seas, melting our ice caps, sea level rise, and changing weather patterns will lead to more extreme storms like the ones that wreaked havoc on our coast last year. So one small step taken here tonight to vote to reverse the building of this Turnpike Spur, combined with other small steps individuals and towns take to protect their watersheds, will multiply, and beneficial repercussions for the health and safety of our communities can be profound. Please vote to revisit this decision to put a highway through the headwaters of Red Brook. Doing so will allow a richer, healthier, and more vital environment for your children, your grandchildren, and the generations yet to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Barber.
Hello, my name is Rebecca Lilly. I live in Scarborough on Ridgeway Road. My brother and my nephew have already spoken. I am a co-owner of Smiling Hill Farm. As a Scarborough resident, we have a referendum coming up shortly in November, and it's a $6 million land bond. The bond is being proposed with the hope it will be used as needed. Tom Hall, our town manager, said you could call it a letter of credit, if you will. So the authorization of the voters will be ideally secured in November, and that gives the town council the authority to borrow those funds as needed. The land bond aims to help the town meet its goal of conserving 30% of the town's land by 2030. The town has currently conserved 17% of the town's land. Smiling Hill Farm, which has been here since 1720, is already a green space, which is cherished, protected, and shared. And also is, I think, and I'm biased, but a great place to see when you're driving by. The farm is 500 acres. We have a small piece in Gorham, but the majority is in Scarborough and Westbrook, and I don't have the exact breakdown of how much is in each. But I'm trying to justify how you would vote to eliminate green space in the town that is paying taxes that you don't even have to buy. So I'm questioning whether I support this conservation $6 million if the council goes forth and does not rescind this. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lilly.
Good evening. I'm Carol Waig. I'm from Steep Falls, not Scarborough. I travel Route 25, driving right by Smiling Hill Farm daily. Sometimes twice, sometimes 5 times, but at least 5-6 days a week. I have sat where you are sitting. I spent 6 years on the Wyndham Town Council, and I'm going to get totally emotional about this. There were decisions that were made on the Wyndham Town Council that haunt me today. I've made similar tough decisions that you find yourself having to make. I empathize with you. I really do. I know how difficult it is. I was the chair for 2 years during a quarry decision. There were decisions I was a part of that made some people happy and others angry. There is no pleasing everyone. What I made sure I accomplished was fact-checking, doing the right thing, even if it wasn't what I wanted. I did not allow my emotions until tonight to become a part of the decision-making process, nor did I allow myself to be influenced by outside forces, but made sure facts were in order. When your emotions become a part of the decision, you are no longer making the decision for the people, but rather for yourself. In the decision that you need to make concerning the Gorham Connector, there are politicians as well as high influence people trying to sway your decisions. I implore you to fact check every piece of evidence you were given and ask that you remember that taking something that doesn't belong to you, but belongs to someone else is wrong. Smiling Hill Farm has stood for decades. It's brought pleasure to my children, to me, to adults. It's a working farm. Red Brook sits on the outskirts of this farm and also needs to be taken into consideration. I have sat and watched great blue herons, snowy egrets, Canadian geese, ducks, deer, the cows, and so much more frolicking in the fields and ponds on this property. Your decision does not just affect Scarborough and Gorham. It affects every community in Maine. If you make your decision to take the farmland by eminent domain, you'll be setting a precedence for years to come. In essence, you will be allowing the theft of property as the owner clearly does not want to sell. And I can see that I'm near the end. However, I just want you guys to know that if those that were in support of this really were in support of this, where are they?
Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Jeff Levine, 10 Amherst Street in Portland. Thank you for a chance to speak tonight. I appreciate it. I'm speaking here. My background is as a land use and transportation planner, but I'm speaking here as the chair of the board of GrowSmart Maine. GrowSmart Maine is a statewide organization of a variety of folks, including planners, engineers, developers, artists, residents that all care deeply about this state. Our mission is to build lasting prosperity without sacrificing the quality of life that defines Maine. And we do that in a few different ways. We try to support a strong sense of identity as an economic growth engine, equity and well-being, right-sizing and maintaining infrastructure. We know about how many bridges are struggling in this state and how much deferred maintenance we have, protected natural environment and climate, and inclusive and effective civil engagement, like is happening tonight. So thank you again. In April, the Board of Directors unanimously approved a position on this project, and I just wanted to highlight some of the pieces. The full position is available on our website. Evidence shows that when new highways are built, they generate more traffic, meaning short-term relief is followed by demand for another expansion. This approach is not sustainable, and Maine can do better. Sound decisions on transportation investments equally consider the three-legged stool that we planners think about, which is the economy, the environment, and equity. This proposed highway expansion will clearly harm the environment for dubious economic benefits and will continue inequitable patterns of development. Land use and development and transportation patterns are directly linked. Highway expansion without the corresponding changes to land use will not solve traffic issues. The solution must address the current disconnect between locations of jobs, daily services, and transportation options. And just highlighting the short-term benefits, you can argue whether you'll get 5 or 7 or 10 years of benefit, but we're going to be back here at some point if we keep sort of doing the same things to try to solve these issues. A couple of last points that I wanted to highlight is this highway will remove precious land from Scarborough's tax base and harm its fiscal stability, both for housing development and for new open space. The highway will have as yet unmeasured ambient noise on Scarborough residents. I live near a highway. You can hear it all night long. And localized air quality impacts. There's a lot of studying being done right now. Tufts University is doing a lot of work on very fine particulates, and they're showing increased rates of heart disease, brain disease, and of course, asthma for people who live near highways. So I think that's something that to factor in as we have learned about these impacts. Finally, traffic doesn't disappear when it gets off the highway. Local traffic will be impacted as much or more under a scenario where this road is built as without it. You're going to have to feed cars into this roadway. Inevitably, that means all the feeder roads get expanded as well. With that, thank you very much. I appreciate it, and you do have a hard job.
Thank you, Mr. Levy.
Hello, my name is Lou Sims. I live at 9 Lucina Terrace in Gorham, Maine. I am on the Gorham Town Council, but I'd like to clarify that I'm here tonight not speaking on behalf of the town, just as myself, as a concerned citizen, but also for the growing number of residents who reach out to me and tell me that they don't want this connector. MTA's proposed expansion of a 4-lane toll highway through our communities is the type of destructive approach that many towns have carelessly employed for many of the past few decades. With time to see the outcomes in those places, we now know that many of those highway expansions have produced profoundly negative impacts on the communities around them. Here in southern Maine in the 21st century, we need better solutions, and we can produce better solutions. Thanks to development of new technologies, we have access to alternative solutions that were not viable options to the folks that originally conceived this proposed highway expansion many years ago. Those have been mentioned, so I'm not going to bore you with them now. But I will just add that I thought it's an interesting suggestion to borrow $300 million or more for a high-speed highway, suggesting that's how we're going to get improved walking, biking, and public transit infrastructure is a strange assertion. I think we'd be better off actually investing in safer streets. So we have decades of data confirming the destructive impact of the highway expansions on increased air pollution, noise pollution, stormwater runoff. This decreases property values, and it degrades the quality of life and forever damages our local ecosystems. So why should we choose to cater to through traffic at the expense of our own residents? The data also suggests that these highway expansions commonly have a negative impact on the long-term fiscal sustainability of impacted communities. The sprawling growth costs more money for a town to service than it generates in property tax revenue. Tragically, the more highway capacity that is built, the more vehicle miles are traveled, and the more cars end up piling in our communities, and we end up suffering from more traffic congestion than we had before. And economic researchers they recognize this as the fundamental law of traffic congestion due to the persistence of this outcome in towns and cities all across the country. And even, in Gorham, the Rhines bypass was built. We're sitting here today saying that we still have traffic problems worse than they were before, and we don't have better biking and walking infrastructure than we had then. So it just demonstrates that hasn't been a particularly effective approach. So I think that's mostly all I wanted to say. My experience, when I talk with residents, once they understand more details of what's being proposed, they generally have a hard time supporting it. So I just really thank you all for taking on the issue. And
Thank you, Councilor Sims. And just quick announcements before you jump in. We have about 5 minutes left of public comment.
this will be
and
fast.
There's a couple more people here in line, just letting you know.
My name is Tina Rule. I also live in Gorham at 13 Joseph Drive. Hi, Lou. I was in Europe for 3 weeks this summer, June into July. Basel, Switzerland, and France, and I traveled around, never in a car. And if some of you, I'm sure, have been over there, you can go anywhere. You don't need a car. Without going into too much detail, but we could go to Lyon from Basel. That's 3.5 hours on a fast train. I missed a connection. You talk to the travel agent, they'll fix it and you keep going. We also went up, my friend and I went up to a small village up in Alsace, north of Basel. And we get on a train, then we transfer to a bus, and you're going village to village. You don't need all these cars going around. So I realize Europe's very different from the US. We have all this land. We love our cars. Our cars are killing us, and we're all in this together. I love Smiling Hill Farm. It's not just about Smiling Hill Farm. We have to look at the big picture. We have to get out of our cars, support public transport. We keep building additional lanes on roads. What about some trams, buses, anything other than cars? We all see people driving into Portland, one person per car. We have to somehow consolidate this. And it was amazing. I mean, I was in gondolas even in Europe. It's all connected. France works collectively with Switzerland. They're smart, intelligent, they're efficient. They spend the money and you can go anywhere. You don't need your cars. People walk, they're in better shape than us. They bike all over the place. There's alternatives. Why we keep looking at roads, it's insane. It's absolutely insane. We can create hubs. Look at Route 25 from New Hampshire into Portland. There's land. Let's create small transport hubs, bicycles, little buses, train, anything. You can start in your car, get off in Standish, maybe get on a bus and come into Portland. There's alternatives, people, right? But we have to change our own habits. We all came here in our own car. I'm just as guilty. But if we can change our mindset, think the big picture, we have to get out of these cars. So to continue to do the same old it is insane. Like someone mentioned, we can't keep doing this. And to absolutely destroy this farm, Smiling Hill, that's insane as well. So thank you. There's alternatives. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, just get a quick show of hands against how many people are still waiting to speak. I see 5 with hands up, unless I can't count 6. 6 and 1 coming to the podium. All right, I'm gonna cut it at 7 where. All right.
Hello, everybody. My name is Georgia Dennison. I live on County Road in Scarborough. I want to start off by thanking the council for all the work they put in to serve our community. The time and commitment required of the council is not lost on me, and I appreciate everybody here. I have a master's in poetry and I'm a published author. And in the world of writing, we have a saying, kill your darlings. Kill your darlings means that sometimes when working on a poem or a short story or a novel or a nonfiction piece, we must be willing to part ways with aspects of the writing that are no longer serving the work as a whole. This can be an excruciating process. Perhaps one must let go of a stanza in a poem that one has been working on for some time. It could mean cutting whole pages out of a story and even deleting multiple chapters from a book, chapters that one might have spent hours, weeks, months, even years working on. Killing your darlings is tough work. You have grown attached to your darlings for good reason, because when you have worked on something for a long time, you come to love it. Abandoning them can feel like abandoning a part of yourself. But something miraculous happens when you let go of these words or these chapters or these projects that have become useless or antiquated within the writing. You make space for new creative endeavors within the work. Once the writer is able to let go of what is no longer serving the work as a whole, the writing project begins to thrive in a new, unprecedented way. It takes a lot of strength, resiliency, and wisdom to have the courage to abandon your darlings. But all innovative and successful writers will be familiar with the task. They will understand they must take their ego out of the work in order to let it shine. The MTA's Gorham Connector is a darling that must be killed. As a writer, I understand how hard it is to abandon something that one has spent so much time on. But as I've learned in my writing process, just because there is a lot of time and money invested in an idea does not mean it is a good one. And if one is to look critically and honestly at the Gorham Highway, it becomes incredibly obvious that it's not just a bad idea, but a terrible one. I understand progress and development are necessary parts of our community's future. The question is, do we want to engage in progress and development through an outdated and antiquated project that was conceived of over 20 years ago? Scarborough has the opportunity to be an innovator, to set an example for our surrounding communities of how to grow and expand in a more sustainable and responsible way. There is a way to solve our traffic problems and connect our communities that does not corrupt our precious farmland, destroy wetlands, make extinct the area's last surviving population of naturally spawning brook trout, a way to grow and change that does not take our neighbors' land and homes and does not pollute or contaminate our precious ecosystem. I speak
That's
from
3
experience.
minutes. I'm gonna have to strictly enforce this, but thank you for your comments this evening.
Thank you.
Good evening, council members. My name is Zoe Miller and I live on Abbott Street in Portland, and I'm here representing the Moving Maine Network. We are a coalition that focuses on improving transportation access for people who can't drive and people who struggle to afford transportation. And so we really strive to be a voice for older adults, for people with disabilities, for people with low incomes, for youth. And the list goes on of people who are non-drivers, not necessarily by choice, but often because of a disability. Um, and, and often because of the high cost of personal car ownership. Investing in transportation for this audience, what we hear they want is better public transportation that provides the independence and the access to opportunity that folks are often getting shut out of. People want to get around safely, wheeling in a wheelchair, walking and cycling. And they're doing that not because they, just want to for recreation, but because that is actually how they get around. And investing $330 million in 5 miles of a new highway will do very little to help this audience. In fact, when we invest in highways to, theoretically address congestion, what we often, the people we're often not helping are folks who work non-peak hour, jobs that have non-peak hour commutes, families that don't have more than one vehicle, so they're often giving each other rides and working closer to home. So, we urge you to really consider if making an investment like this is equitable. We heard a lot earlier about transit being paired with this. What people who really use public transportation and rely on it, they want it to connect to community downtowns and hubs. Highway-based transit is not highly utilized, and it's not seen as one of the better investments in ways to make transit feasible and sustainable. That's all I have to say tonight. Thank you. I appreciate you. I know it's not an easy position to be in.
Thank you, Ms. Miller. Welcome, Mr. Moody Roberts.
Hi, thank you.
I visited an older neighbor last night who would be losing her home to the turnpike. Sorry. Who, it's been a long 6 months. I visited an older neighbor last night who would be losing her home to this turnpike to let her know about the meeting and see if she would be able to make it out. She doesn't have internet, and the only news that she gets about this was my occasional visit and by watching the council meetings on the public access channel. She is desperate not to lose her home and is a major source of inspiration for me. But she's petrified that if she sticks her neck out, the MTA will send people to make trouble for her and force her to move. I tried to push back and assure her that that wouldn't happen. But if I'm going to be honest, over the last 6 months, there have been times where in the back of my mind, when faced with the aggression and arrogance that the MTA has exhibited at any bit of opposition from Smiling Hill Farm and from us as landowners, that I haven't wondered myself at certain times if I might come home one day to my house burned to the ground or leveled because of a gas leak. If Smiling Hill Farm might suddenly find their well testing positive for PFAS or a batch of their milk poisoned somehow. The act of eminent domain, while legal, is an act of is an act of violence. If you stay in this MOA and you listen to MTA and they say that they can find another alignment that doesn't impact Smiling Hill Farm, that they're going to move it west. There's probably a dozen of my neighbors here on County Road. You move that west, you put an interchange, even if you don't have an interchange, you put that directly on a dozen more homes on County Road. And while those people and residents might not have the same emotional value to the community, they're people that this town needs to protect and by withdrawing from the MOA, you make sure that this nightmare never, ever happens to anyone else. And so I strongly, strongly urge that the council not look for some other alignment or some other way for the MTA, but just to reject it outright. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Moody.
Chairman McGee. Chairman McGee. Chairman, we do have someone online, just so you are aware.
Thank you.
Should I go?
Yes.
Okay. Good evening. My name's Andrea Giddings. I live on County Road in Scarborough. I'm also a teacher in the Scarborough schools. So I commute daily in rush hour traffic on 114. In my experience on 114, I find this traffic problem to be overstated. It adds maybe 5 to 10 minutes to my drive home occasionally. If it was that bad, I would move or change jobs. And so despite being someone this project is supposed to benefit, I strongly oppose it. Most importantly, there are better, less harmful solutions that should be considered before resorting to this. In addition to road and traffic light changes, let's invest in sustainable modes of transportation. I would love to commute to work by bike, but there's no shoulder on 114 near County Road. I would also happily take a bus, but one doesn't exist. This highway exit won't help Scarborough residents, and I ask the City Council to focus on sustainable, forward-thinking options that truly serve our community. Thank you for listening to us tonight.
I believe this is number 5 of the 7 people that raised their hand in that line. So I'm 1, 2, and I got 1 online, and then we're at Mr. and Mrs. Condrey. Apologize. Welcome, Senator Brenner.
Thank you so much, Council. Thank you for your time and your attention. My name is Stacy Brenner. I represent Senate District 30, which includes all of Gorham and most of Scarborough. I also live on Broad Turn Road, and
in Quakerism, there's a saying that goes, that friend speaks my mind, which basically is a space holder for not having to repeat all of those who have come before you who have shared your beliefs. Smiling Hill is special to me, as it is to many in this community, because one time when I first moved to Scarborough to become a farmer, I got a dairy cow and I had no idea what I was doing. And I called Dave Knight and he let me come over and he kindly taught me how to milk a cow. And then when my calf was born and I couldn't get the calf to nurse, he taught me how to force feed the calf so that I could keep the calf alive. So I have a great debt of gratitude to Smiling Hill Farm, because what they provide for farmers, first generation farmers like me, is mentorship. And that is crucial and important in this time when we are losing farmers and losing farmland. We need mentorship. I'm a person that learns by doing. So I actually walked the path of the connector with my husband in March and a couple of friends. I needed to understand where it was going to go and what it was going to impact. We parked at the Target parking lot and we trespassed through Scarborough in order to understand what this was going to do to our town. It is an enormous amount of beautiful forested wetland that we're going to lose as a result of building this highway. I've spent some time looking at the GPCOG transportation studies, and what they all point to repeatedly, year after year, every time they're conducted, is that the public wants other options besides cars and highways. They want to ride bikes. They want to get on a bus. They want to be able to walk. That requires a different solution than this highway. And I've received more emails from constituents on this one issue than any others. And that's probably surprising given the ideological nature of some of the material that comes in front of the legislature. But you are all poised to make a decision about something that is really meaningful to our community. And I trust that you're going to be deliberate, and I thank you for your time. And I look forward to your decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Brenner.
Ruth Libby, County Road, in North Scarborough. I told myself that if I got up to speak again tonight, that I would continue to follow my heart, to speak and follow my heart. And this is what my heart has been saying all day. Lord, please be with all of the town councilors tonight as they hear from speakers on both sides. Please allow their thinking to be free of negativity and filled with understanding that ultimately this land is your land and that we are all just stewards of it, maintaining it for you and helping to keep life flowing through it in all ways, whether that be farmland or neighborhoods. Thank you for this stunning and amazing town we live in. I pray that our North Scarborough will continue to be a rural area of beauty for people to enjoy traveling through, however long in line, and that one day soon we'll see people safely walking and riding bicycles throughout North Scarborough as in the rest of this town. In Jesus' name, amen.
Thank you. I'm gonna go to the person who's been waiting online. I don't have the names in front of me.
Paul, you're all set.
Good evening, Chair McGee and members of the council. Thank you for hearing my comment. My name is Paul Drynan, and I'm the Active Transportation Director for the Bicycle Coalition of Maine. In June of 2022, BCM released a statement officially opposing the proposed highway expansion titled Gorham Connector Project Will Not Reduce Traffic or Help Us Meet Our Climate Goals. It goes on to a long list of reasons why this project is a very bad idea, most of which you've already heard this evening. So in consideration of your time, I'll jump to one brief point that hasn't been mentioned, and then I'll wrap it up. Maine DOT has announced a proposed plan for rapid transit and active transportation in conjunction with this project. BCM supports and encourages this plan, but we don't need a highway in order to have these things. Things that will actually solve the problem of traffic congestion and pay dividends to our community in a way that a highway will not. In conclusion, we believe Maine will not be well served by the construction of another highway in the Portland region that will degrade the environment, induce more driving, harm public health, and encourage sprawl. Thank you very much for hearing my comment.
Thank you. Want to thank you all for participating in that. That was well done, well said, and we do appreciate you taking the time to come out tonight. So with that, I'm going to close public comment. I'm going to move into the minutes of September 4th, 2024. Is there a motion to approve those minutes?
So moved.
Second?
Discussion? Seeing none, I'm going to call the vote. All in favor? Opposed? So that is unanimous. Thank you very much. Next, we're on to adjustments of the agenda. Is there anyone that wants to make an adjustment to the agenda?
Sir,
Councilor Cushing.
yes, I would like to move that we act on a resolution to withdraw the town of Scarborough support from the Gorham Connector as proposed by the Maine Turnpike Authority. You all have a copy of it, and I would ask that we put this at the top of the agenda out of respect for all the folks here.
I have a motion. Is there a second?
A second.
All right, we're on to discussion. For what it's worth, I'll let you know that during leadership last week, there was a discussion about whether this resolution belonged on this agenda.
You have to make a motion to suspend the rules to add an item to the agenda before the agenda can be, before the order can be read.
Can you say that one more time for me, please?
You have to suspend the rules to add an item to the agenda.
Okay.
It takes a vote of 5, just so you know. And then
It's
if
a
it passes,
supermajority.
the order will come forward.
Okay, can we have discussion? Well. Thank you. Is there a motion to suspend the rules? Is
So moved.
there a second?
Second.
Discussion? All in fa- Yeah, all in favor of suspending the rules? Opposed?
Oh, hold on. I'm sorry. I consider myself quite good at the parliamentary procedure, so I'm quite thrown.
You have to suspend the rules to add that item to the agenda.
Correct. Can we discuss the merits of adding the item to the agenda? Okay, that was my question.
Prior to the
Prior
suspension
to,
of the rules?
He wants to discuss the suspension.
Yes. Okay, so if I could withdraw my vote, I'm not ready to vote.
I'm
Yeah.
not ready to suspend the rules either. I'd like a discussion on the. yeah.
Yes,
Thank you.
okay.
Thank you for
Great, thank you
clarifying.
so much.
Both of you.
Yes, thank you so much.
So all in favor of suspending the rules?
no, you gotta just,
Somebody get the chair up to date, will they? All right. We're gonna have a discussion. That's where I thought we were before.
Discussing the merits of suspending the rules to add something to the agenda.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Point of order here.
Yes.
Isn't that suggestion out of order that we discuss the
No.
motion to?
We have a motion on the floor.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, excuse me.
Yes, Councilor Cushing.
Where did this agenda come from? This agenda showed up in my email. Nobody asked me what should be on it. There was no vote to even create the agenda. The agenda appears before us with the tacit approval of all of us based on what leadership thinks should be on the agenda.
Correct.
And so now we're into this parliamentary hoo-ha about amending an agenda, which none of us approved in the first place. To
So
me, that doesn't pass the straight face test. If
Councilor
you want to go
Cushing-
through the
Councilor Cushing, part of
exercise.
the authority entrusted to the chair is to set the agenda. That is actually what we do in leadership. That is our purpose.
And the process you're undertaking now is consistent with rules that you've passed. So we're simply following your own
Point of
procedure.
information.
Well, let's get on
Can
with
you
it.
tell me specifically which part of our rules and policies allow for that?
It is the duty of the chair to set the agenda for the council meetings.
And where is that written in our rules and policy?
It's under the description, isn't it? 302, yeah.
Beyond that,
The specific language? Can I get the specific language? Because
I-
if we're gonna debate rules and policy, no,
No,
this
we're
is
not.
related to this specific topic. Section 118, items for meetings filed when, that outlines how we set the agendas. And in that, it says when a councilman comes forward or counselor with an agenda item, it's supposed to go on the agenda. There's nothing that says anybody has the authority to strike that particular rule. So again, if we're gonna get into this parliamentary conversation, let's stick to what's in writing, because I think there is some unofficial norms that we apply sometimes. And I think of the things we're talking about, at least in my review of our policies, are not there. And so I think
Sounds like Cody's looking into some of this for us.
Public wishing to place an item shall do so through the support of a counselor. An agenda item may not be removed from the agenda after it's been published. Usually the deadline for an agenda item is to 2 o'clock the Wednesday prior to the meeting.
And in
So
fact,
that's
this
the only
item-
authority
That's
for
when-
putting things on the agenda.
No.
This item was not.
That
Well,
was
on
particular item.
September 6th, I put forward to the council, including the town clerk, based on this, that I would like a resolution on the agenda, and I provided it. And it is not on the agenda. So if we're gonna get into procedure, then I think we need to follow our procedures consistently. And the ones that are actually in writing, not the ones that are in our heads. So that's why I want to suspend the rules, because I feel like we weren't following our rules that's why I support this item coming on the agenda, because I don't think we were actually supporting our real rules that are in writing. And so I would like to put that out there, correct that mistake, and get a resolution on the agenda as requested.
So in a situation where we have was 2.5 page resolution that was in draft form that came to us, correct? In that situation, that is not the same as what we have here. So we're suspending the rules. I'm just trying to get clarity on this. So we'd like to suspend rules to add something that was not present at the time. Okay, thank you for clarifying.
And could I ask a clarifying question, Mr. Chair? So what we're discussing and then going to vote on is whether or not this will be added to the agenda. Is that correct?
Well,
Today, council pushing.
Okay.
And what if that doesn't happen? Then where does that leave us? What if,
That's.
I'm asking the town clerk.
If the suspension fails, then it's moved.
Then what agenda are we following? I guess we're done for the evening then.
No.
No.
The question is adding a particular item. That item is simply not added to the agenda this evening. It doesn't preclude it from coming forward at a future meeting. That's the matter before you, is to suspend the rules to consider adding an item to your agenda.
Counselor Seither.
I'll try to unwind and untangle this a little bit, and maybe it will work and maybe it won't. First off, I want to say that I think I understand your point very well, Counselor Anderson, that abiding by the rules as written is important, but that I think we can all acknowledge that there are certainly procedures that take place as far as agenda setting has gone historically. To give everyone in the room an idea, council leadership, which is the council chair and the vice chair, which right now is myself, sit down and meet with Tom, and Tom presents leadership with a draft agenda of things that are ready for council consideration. Nick and I go through each item with the town manager and have a brief discussion to make sure that we understand why the item is being presented to us as a council. And for the most part, we don't make many changes or suggestions, with the exception being trying to make sure that we build an agenda with good faith based on feedback that we've gotten from council. We had a copy of Counselor Anderson's proposed resolution prior to our leadership meeting, which Nick and I did discuss. I think where I weighed in pretty heavily was that procedurally, it has not been our practice to take action on something on the same night that we have had a workshop. And so that gives the council time to digest what we've heard at the workshop. It gives the public time to hear what we've had at the workshop. It also allows for public comment if people would like, and Nick has been
consistently open to having public comment after a workshop if it goes over into our business meetings. And so from a practical standpoint and assuming good intent here, it certainly was not to squelch anyone's agenda requests. Nick and I agreed that, and please stop me if I'm wrong, that it would be better suited to have the resolution being brought forward by Counselor Anderson on our October agenda as opposed to tonight, just because it would give everyone a little bit more time to digest what we heard tonight. I wanted to go into the workshop with an open mind. I know that my fellow counselors also felt that way. And so that was the rationale. There's nothing nefarious happening from my perspective. It was done with positive intent. It certainly wasn't done to blatantly violate any written rules. And we do get ourselves into a little bit of, admittedly, we follow a certain practice and it's not always exactly what's written. And so I can appreciate that and we'll be more mindful of that moving forward. So now here we are, and thank you for letting me explain from my perspective. So now here we are. This is what is in front of us right now is not the same resolution that Counselor Anderson had proposed. And so I just want to be very clear that what is in front of us right now was brought forward after leadership in response to the fact that there was not an action item on the agenda, in my opinion. Is that fair?
Accurate.
Okay.
Thank you, Counselor Seither. I will just say, I'll confirm everything. The only reason anything was left off of that agenda regarding this was because of the longstanding policy. Counselor Hamel, you've long been an advocate for that we don't vote on things when we workshop them. And that is to give us time to get back to the public and talk to them about what we've heard before we actually take action, because otherwise it's pretty disingenuous to have a row full of people here giving me a presentation, all of us a presentation, asking for the public to weigh in when we've already got a baked solution ready to roll. I think that's disingenuous. And I, for that reason alone, do not feel comfortable voting on this right after we just heard a workshop. Counselor Hamel, I see you have your hand up.
Yeah, I had a lot of people speaking for me this evening, so I appreciate the spirit in which that is done, but I don't agree with any of it. Okay. So you've spoken for me. April has spoken at length in terms of a process that she thinks is fair and is good and holy and, you know, appropriate. I think that we're still stuck on the question about whether or not this should go forward or whether or not we can add it to the agenda. And it seems to me that there, you know, even though there is a group called the Leadership Council or Leadership Group that does put the agenda together, I don't think there's any reference to that in the rules and policies. Okay. And I think that actually our recent experience has been not very good in terms of what makes it onto the agenda or not. And I believe in the past, we've been pretty open in terms of adjusting the process to be consistent with rules and policies, but at the same time to get at the issues that we think are most important. So I'm willing to have the conversation about this. You know, I kind of know where it's going. The idea of waiting for another couple of weeks or so, given how much time we spent on this, you know, this thing, we've been at this thing for decades. You know, it's probably not going to make a lot of difference. I don't expect the public opinion is going to change much in that time frame. But I do believe that we have an obligation as a leadership group to take action when we feel it's warranted and to, you know, and to listen to and abide by what the public is telling us.
Counselor Anderson.
Yeah, I mean, I think from my perspective, I can totally appreciate the point of view that we just had a workshop, which also technically aren't listed in our rules and policies as anything. And so typical practice is to not introduce new information. There was nothing introduced tonight that was brand new. This has been out there for 2 years. They essentially presented the same information 7 months ago when they came before this council. I've done my homework. I've gone online. I've read the documents. I've talked to Peter Mills. I've talked to Aaron Courtney. So in my opinion, we've also have experience serving as judge and jury in the same night. We've had to do that for licenses. And so sometimes when it's time to lead, it means we have to make decisions. And I think the people are here tonight looking for us to be leaders and be leadership. I think we're putting process over people. And I think tonight is the night that we can actually do, as many of the people said, we can be the leading innovators on this issue. And, you know, again, I don't think there was any ill will on any process that happened. I don't agree with the decision. I don't necessarily think the rationale is a strong rationale. I can appreciate that we get into these patterns and all of a sudden think that those patterns are the way things are, but I'm saying tonight, that's not the way they should be. Just like having the connector is not the way things should be. And I think many of us feel that way. And as Councilor Hamel said, I don't see that changing tonight. So I feel like we're delaying the inevitable. And my concern about this whole process has been MTA comes forward and says they're going to come on this date, then this date, then this date. The resolution, which I was very willing to compromise and work with people, started in August. Jean Marie asked to go in September. Now you guys are saying October. Next week, it's going to be, you know what, let's wait for the new council to join because it might make sense to do that. So let's wait till November or December. And so I don't trust that we're going to follow through on what we said at this point for this particular project. And I'm not saying I don't trust leadership. I don't trust that maybe we don't have the courage to actually stand up tonight and do what I think we all want to do. And I feel like at a minimum, I would like to see it get on the agenda so that we can deliberate it. And if the deliberation leads to a potential tabling that says, let's wait till the next meeting because people still need time, I'm willing to support a tabling action, but I want to deliberate. It's been 7 months since this has been out here. We have not deliberated. The people are looking us to be the leaders that they elected us to be. So let's be those leaders and let's deliberate tonight.
Any other comments? Thanks. I'm going to ask you to please refrain during council discussions of the outbursts. Appreciate it. Councilor Shu.
Sure. So I agree with Councilor Anderson that I don't feel like anything tonight was new. I think we've been hearing, in my perspective, the MTA came out with a route. We know what the route is, and we've had the time to evaluate it. Since June, I have asked the town of Scarborough staff, our committees, to address this route, and I have not been successful in that. I keep being told, let's wait for the public process. Let's wait for the public process. There has not been a public process. I'm tired of waiting. I don't think, again, there's anything new that I have heard tonight. We have a room full of residents and people in our community who are concerned about this. I clearly have concerns over it. The town of Gorham has taken a position. The town of South Portland, their Conservation Commission has come out in opposition to it. I have been unable to get our Conservation Commission to address it. I've tried to work with the town, staff, people to try to move this process along, and I've gotten nowhere. So I don't see anywhere else to go when we have a plan before us from an organization that seems unfortunately somewhat disorganized at this point, and I do not support it. And I think that we should stop kicking the can, stop waiting around, and just make the decision.
Councilor Cushing.
I agree with Councilor Shu, Councilor Anderson, Councilor Hamel. But I would add that there was a lot new here tonight. What was new is all of the people who stood at this podium who offered thoughtful, new information about Red Brook, about runoff from highways, about I can't begin to count the list, that we heard a lot more from the public, and we've heard plenty from the public before. And what we did here was the same old thing, and that is that we're going to do better. We're gonna listen to people now. So in my history of this resolution was the first resolution that was proposed. I put it out there and circulated it. It was picked up by my colleagues and it was fine-tuned, if you will. God love you, Councilor Anderson. You went to town on it. And when we were all done, the last line of it said, and so if they don't do all this stuff, then we'll withdraw. And I said, you know, I don't like that. That's not what people are asking us to do. But if this is what my colleagues want and they think that's the best we can do, then I'll compromise and go along with it. And then I'm laboring under the assumption that it's going to be on tonight's agenda. I completely understand the practice of having a workshop and then giving some time to think about it, I think that's a good practice in general. But I can't possibly imagine leaving this room tonight with the conclusion being that this council failed to act on what the public wanted us to do because of their past practices. That makes zero sense to me. And so if you can count heads, people, and you could listen to what you might conclude that there are a majority of us, a simple majority, all ready to vote for this agenda. But to change the rules, it takes a supermajority. Whether or not we have that or not, I don't know. But just assume for a minute that we go ahead and not move forward because of the rules. And you all have to come back here 2 weeks from now, or maybe 3, doesn't make sense to me. So that's how I feel about it. I think that the public deserves us to debate this issue. And my last point is, to Councilor Anderson's point, we have wanted to get the MTA here for quite some time. Once this resolution showed up, suddenly they found motivation.
Thank you, Councilor Cushing. Councilor Caterina.
Well, I've been waiting a long time, since 1988, on some solutions. Where do I begin? I heard some new things tonight from the Turnpike Authority, and part of it is because, I'm going to be really blunt here, the Turnpike Authority has been under Peter Mills for however 13, 14 years. Very different dynamic that was going on then. There was a lot of public information that should have been made public that wasn't. I think they made some mistakes in communicating. I've had some substantive discussions with Courtney regarding some new directions they're gonna take. You could have knocked me over with a feather when I heard them say, well, we would consider a 2-lane, because I thought 4-lane, that was it. We weren't gonna do anything else. Would they even seem to open to maybe not having any exits to make it more like the other bypass that's been in place for a number of years. I remember when that bypass went in, good God, we had everybody and their brother, all hell was gonna break loose and the world was gonna come to an end and whatever, and it didn't. That being said, I'm gonna be honest with you folks. I don't blame you. You want something today. You want us to spike this. Couple of things you need to know. Resolutions don't mean a darn blessed thing, really, legally, other than this is what we think. The legislature, whomever, can move forward, make different rules, say they don't want the Turnpike to do anything with this or not. Me, Jean Marie Caterina, I'm right in the middle of this, been in the middle of it. I live in the middle of it. I have neighbors who want this connector, who are afraid to come to meetings, are afraid to say anything because it's scary to speak in public. It's scary when you've got organized opposition. That being said, I don't know how I want to vote other than I need 2 more weeks to decide what I'm going to do. I'm sorry.
Please, hey,
No,
everyone, let's be respectful. We've
Exactly.
listened a lot this evening. Please do us the courtesy.
And please don't boo me. Do you think that's gonna win you any friends? I don't sit and boo you guys, but anyway, that being said, I need 2 more weeks to really come to a decision. I may stay no. I may be convinced otherwise. And I don't know. It's just crazy. So I do not think this should be on the agenda today. I will not vote to support it being on the agenda. I definitely want it on the next agenda. And I couldn't be more clear about it. And the other thing is, in my 10 years with the council. We have never, that I can think of, had people come from state agencies, do presentations, then turn around 15 minutes later and say, no, we don't want to listen to anything you have to say. Politically, from a polite point of view, that makes no darn sense. So I want to stay with our process and protocol since I've been on the council. So that's why I don't want to put this on the agenda tonight, with all due respect to Mr. Cushing. And that's just where I'm at. And I'm sorry you don't agree with me, but that's life. Not everyone agrees with me.
Chair,
Yes.
Mr.
Please,
Chair, just
please
one-
hold.
one-
Counselor Cushing, please hold. Are you all set? Counselor
Yes.
Fleury?
Thank
Thank you.
you.
And I'll acknowledge when it's time to speak. Counselor Seiler.
So I just want to say that in this, through the course of this conversation, I would like to acknowledge that council leadership should have, in my opinion, probably gone against our practice and at the very least found a way to put some kind of action item for discussion on tonight's agenda. And so I will acknowledge that that was a mistake. But in this case, I just don't think that two mistakes are going to make this right. And I just can't see how we could make such a substantive change to our agenda tonight without any notice to the public, without any public posting of the proposed resolution for people to comment on and say that we're governing well and that helps to build trust. I completely fundamentally disagree with that.
Thank you, Counselor Seiler.
A point of information.
Counselor Hamel.
Yeah, this is a procedural question. It does tie to the process points that April has made and others have referenced, but I wouldn't want to do anything this evening that would prejudice the opportunity for the resolution that's been put forward by Councilor Cushing to be given full and fair consideration. In other words, the question I have is if we vote to try to put it on the agenda and that fails, does that mean that prevents us from bringing it up later? Okay, so there would be no prejudice. There would be no possibility that would not be able to come up at the next meeting.
Be without prejudice.
Thank you.
Counselor.
Yes.
Right. I think what you're hearing is at a minimum, this is going to show up October 2nd.
Yeah.
If it doesn't get on the agenda tonight, it's coming October 2nd. But I'll just point out which version, the 2.5 pages for Counselor Anderson or just the 3/4 pages here. And I only bring this up in the sense that clearly, Counselor Anderson, you had about 2.5 pages worth of thoughts that you thought were worthwhile to point out. And we've compressed it to this with like Counselor Seiler said, no notice to the public. What dropped off of it that you thought was important that is not important at this exact moment in time? Just going to point it out that it is quite the adjustment. I understand you had your reasons for coming to this point, but if there was something worth talking about and considering, we should give it its full benefit and it should be in the public. Counselor Cushing.
Yeah, well, one point I wanted to make relative to some of the new information that ostensibly we heard from the Maine Turnpike Authority and the DOT. Tonight, they said to us that one of the first things they are going to do is listen to the public. Then they left. They had ample opportunity to sit here in this room and to listen as we did. And I believe I learned a lot that they may have learned something. Okay, so I wanted to make that point. I completely understand what my colleagues are saying. And we should put this to a vote. The headline tomorrow will probably be council backs away from decision and relies on rules. But that, I mean, to my mind, I understand everything everyone is saying. But, sometimes you just have to go with common sense. And it seems to me that our decision isn't going to be any different 2 weeks from now. It surprised me, but, and to answer your question, Nick, I am asking that this be on the agenda, and I'm asking for a commitment that this resolution be on the agenda. If it fails to discuss tonight, be the first item on the agenda at the next meeting. And I'm asking for a commitment for that.
Thank you, Counselor Cushing. And yes, I believe leadership's already discussed that the full intent was to have something on October 2nd agenda. I think if this fails tonight, my request would be that Counselor Cushing, Counselor Anderson, if you could work to get.
No,
us-
I'm not working on this anymore. I've worked on it enough. I'm done. I support Counselor Cushing's amendment.
Okay, it's fair. Counselor Him?
Yep, one comment. There is an expression, there's nothing new under the sun. I mean, there could be now, actually, but I don't think it's, it's gonna be the Gorham Connector. I really don't think between now and 2 weeks, there is gonna be something new under the sun. So, but if this is what it takes to get it done, and we've waited this long and gone through this whole process, then I can live with that. Politics is messy sometimes, so, and this is a good example. But hopefully we'll have the right answer, and if it means folks got to come out again for a couple of weeks or not, I think we have heard them loud and clear. And I don't think that's going to change. I know my position on this is not going to change.
I neither.
Any other thoughts before we call a vote?
I just think this conversation is very silly, and, the fact that we spent this much time talking about things that are really just plain silly is frankly an embarrassment. And I apologize to all of you out there that this is who you have representing you. I'm sorry.
I'm going to call the vote.
Please clarify exactly what we're voting on before you call the vote.
Correct. Yes, we will. This is the motion to suspend the rules. If this fails, then we are just carrying on with our agenda. If this passes, then we would be a motion to add this resolution to the agenda. Thank you.
So if it passes and goes on the agenda, but that vote requires 5 votes in order to put it on the agenda.
This one vote requires the 5. So to suspend the rules requires 5.
Stay with me for a minute. So if
Sure.
that fails, then,
We move
then
on.
we just move on and we're getting back together again in a couple of weeks.
If it fails, you have our commitment that it will be on the October 2nd agenda in Counselor Cushing's current form. Okay, any other clarifying questions? All in favor of suspending the rules this evening? All opposed? So that motion fails. We will see you in 2 weeks. We're going to take a 5-minute recess while we clear the room. Thank you. Thank you for staying with us. We are going to reconvene the meeting. Our next item on tonight's agenda was items to be signed by the treasurer's warrants. I did that prior to the meeting. Item number 8 is the town manager's report. Tom?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In light of the lengthy conversation so far, I'll try to be very brief. With respect to the Eastern Trail Close the Gap project, we are in the final stages of completing the bid specs and designs, and we'll be going to bid. Our finance department is helping me fine tune and better understand all the different funding sources, so we have a sense of budget. So things are on track there. I want to simply make council aware that the American Legion Hall has reached out conceptually to this town with interest in doing a veteran banner program, presumably on the streetlights along Memorial Park. So we'll learn more about that, and I'll certainly share that. But that's kind of a late breaking area of interest that's come to us. With respect to the election, things are progressing. As of close of business today, we have over 1,400 applications for absentee ballots that we've received. We still can't fulfill those, but we are anxiously awaiting the ballots to be received so we can start filling those requests. Again, early voting starts October 7th, will be held for the duration of the early period at the public safety classroom, normal business hours, 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. And there is a candidates night scheduled for September 25th, 6:30 p.m. This is coordinated and sponsored by the Scarborough Chamber of Commerce and will be held in these chambers. Upcoming workshops, we just had a workshop on the Gorham Connector tonight. October 2nd, we'll have a conversation with the Downs team, Crossroads, for the Downs project. We're still fine tuning the particulars of that, but they're coming at our request. It's given us an update. I know they had a really good workshop with planning board earlier this week, so I suspect some of that same conversation will come forward to you. With respect to the school building advisory committee, that process is well underway. As you're well aware, the council and the Board of Education adopted the charge. Application period is open, seeking at-large members for that committee. The review of those applications will occur in early October, and we've started to collaborate on solicitation for consultants to see if we can jumpstart that process. So as soon as the committee's seated, they'll be able to kind of undertake their work fairly briskly. Three things I just want to add to this. I've received a couple of inquiries, and I've actually noticed myself, there appears to be different flight patterns in and out of the Jetport coming over neighborhoods. And I did reach out to our representative on the NORS Advisory Committee, Mike Wood. Mike was not aware that any change had happened. He did say that he'd be in the control tower tomorrow. Mike happens to be a FAA employee, so he has unique access.
It was in the paper.
Interestingly, we should be notified of this. We weren't. So as soon as I know more details, I'll certainly relate that. I also want to mention I received an inquiry from or advisory from DOT. They're planning a fairly major construction project on Mitchell Hill Road. This is a road that we just reconstructed over the last year and a half or so. They're looking to replace the culvert at the bottom of the hill, right at the Gorham Scarborough Town line. This is the Nonsuch River. It would require up to a 60-day road closure. That would be complete closure both ways. So we're in conversations to see if we can make that, shorten that time frame. That road is an important north-south connector. So, and at this point, they're requesting that Holmes Road be the signed detour, which I guess is not a surprise, but I wanted to kind of make you aware. This is a project that would be in the construction season of 25, so we've got some time to plan. And lastly, I just want to mention the permanent speed table on Maple Avenue is scheduled to go in next Wednesday. They have kept in place the temporary speed table. I believe that will be removed on Monday, and then our contractor will come in and replace the permanent speed table at that same location on Wednesday next week. As you might expect, folks in Maple Avenue continue to be very well engaged on the matter, and they're certainly well aware of these things. I bring that up because it really dominated a fair amount of conversation before council over the last year. And also as a demonstration that I think the policy we have works, that people come to us with a problem, we better understand it, we come up with good solutions in concert with the neighbors. And so we're hopeful that either neighborhoods and residents will come forward with their concerns. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Tom. Appreciate it. Are there questions on the manager's report? Counselor Hamel.
Quick question.
Mhm.
Tom, on the location for the early voting in the public safety building classroom, is that a new location for us?
I believe we did it the last presidential election. We do it really just to handle the volumes. These chambers really aren't sufficient, particularly the fact that we need to continue holding public meetings here. And we do expect heavy volume for voting this year. So we think that space is best.
And then will we have signage so people, I mean, we redirect them there or whatever?
Oh, certainly.
Yeah.
Certainly.
Thanks. Thank you.
Any further questions for Tom? Thank you,
Thank you.
Tom. Appreciate it. We're into order number 24081. It's a public hearing and second reading on the following new request for a cannabis establishment license for medical cannabis cultivation facilities. Chair is recommending division of the question based off of some information we received earlier. It appears that Hungdo DBA Platinum Smoke LLC and Joseph Tran DBA Shark Tank Strategies, both located at 3 Commercial Road. We don't have the landlord registration on file yet. And therefore I would recommend tabling until the October 2nd time period. So this is why I'd like to divide this question.
I'll second the motion to divide the question.
Is there discussion on dividing the question?
Sorry.
Thank you very much.
Man, the
We
parliamentarian
are,
flipping
yeah,
all
we're
over the place tonight. I
know.
apologize.
We do have
Chairman.
public comment available on this item. If anyone would like to speak on this, please approach the podium and you have 3 minutes to speak. Welcome, Ms. McKee.
Phew, what an evening. Nina McKee, 309 Black Point Road. Just quickly, I Googled, how many licenses Scarborough has given to cannabis, operations. And there are 23 for cultivation, 22 for manufacturing. And this evening we have 4 more, or now it's 1. And they're all supposedly for medical facilities. So my question is, does the town have a limit on cannabis licenses? And kind of like the growth management has permits which limit the growth. So would the council maybe consider that we don't end up being a weed city? And so also I wonder if there's any regular oversight and inspection of these cannabis facilities. Be sure that when they say it's medical, that it really is. And if there is inspection, I wonder who does it. So those are my concerns, and I am really concerned that we have too much going on here. Thank you
Thank you,
very
Ms.
much.
McKee.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. And there is no, just to answer your question, there is no limit on the number of current licenses we could issue on that. Further public comment on this item?
Hi, I'm Chris McNeil, Coastal Remedies 3 Commercial. Same thing I said last time with Chantel Lacdo's license. I appreciate the town putting these things in place. The order does ultimately come down, so it's 1 building license, just for your reference, it's just it's a room less than this big right here. So it's just a lot of licenses in 1 building usually. So the 2 licenses you guys were just talking about, Kristen just informed me that my landlord Bradley has not paid the $100, now $200 and signed that thing. I'm not sure what's going on there, right? I just spoke with him, I don't know, last week, 2 weeks ago, and I got him to sign the inherently hazardous substance thing. So I'm not sure why this thing is not an issue, because he knows what we're doing and the lease is there. So I would just request that perhaps we could move this process forward from my end, and then I'll get that. Like, I mean, I just sent a bunch of rapid fire texts, and I'm gonna be on this tomorrow morning, crack of dawn. Mostly so that we have to visit this again, and personally, so that I don't have to come and spend a few hours away from my kids on a weeknight. Again, the odor does ultimately come down to, I'm the the primary tenant in the building. And so it's in my best business interest to make this go away. And rest assured, I will make it go away. And the concerns of the neighbor, totally valid, and I get it. So like, I would just ask that perhaps we could move this approval of these licenses. One of them is Chantel's husband. It's again, same thing, 45-year Scarborough resident immigrant. So that's my request. So if we can do that, it would make my life a little bit easier. And I can get what you guys need from the landlord. I'm not sure what's going on there, but that would be my request. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome, Ms. O'Brien.
Hi, Paula Corbo O'Brien. The last town council meeting, there was a license granted for 3 commercial. All summer long, we had no odor. Within 5 days after granting that license, I was out of town, out of state, as a matter of fact, and I came home and my husband said, "You would not believe it." And I said, "What?" And he said, "I put some apple muffins out on the 3-season room and there wasn't even a window open. The slider door was open, which is side 2 from the side where the building is." He said, and I was just hit in the face with it. And I said, "You're kidding me," and just rolled my eyes. It's like unbelievable. So he called the number and, you know, our police force is busy, let's face it. In the 40 minutes it took for them to get there, by then the smell was gone. My husband put the muffins out there about 4 o'clock in the afternoon or somewhere thereabouts. And he said it could have been there all day for all he knew. But anyway, since then, we've not smelled it. One of the questions that was raised to me that I should ask is, one of the 2 that's applying tonight, one of the ones that was operating illegally last summer of 2023 when we smelled it all summer into New Year's, I don't know. But you know, the 1,000-foot mark was passed. They've had plenty of time to do the licensing, the paperwork, the inspections, whatever they had to do to this point. I really hope you don't table it and just, you know, I don't know. I hope we keep not smelling it, but I will tell you, and I'll tell anyone listening in this room, when we do, we will call each and every time. Each and every time. Because, and I'm not alone in that anymore. There's a neighbor beside me with a newborn who's not going to put up with it any longer either. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. O'Brien.
Mike Shannon, 10 Snow Cannon Road. I'm not going to take much time. I just want to make sure that, at least for my purposes of being here, that everybody understands exactly what they are voting on. The license at 10 Snow Canning that's up for vote on second read tonight, or in question, whatever you want to call it. That is the unit that I have addressed with almost every single one of you individually that has been operating for a very long time. The new owner is here this evening, and I'm here to make sure you guys all know that for 5 years, I will be there to make sure that he starts, or continues, I should say, to follow the same rules and procedures that we did in our unit. I've also discussed this with some of our abutting neighbors. They understand this. There are no problems. So I just want to make sure that there is no confusion on what is being voted on tonight. This isn't increasing, you know, licenses or footprints. No one, at least that I'm aware of, is looking to do that. So I just want to make that very abundantly clear so that there is no confusion. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Shannon. Any other public comment? Anything online? No? Seeing none, I'm going to close public comment. We had a motion to divide the question.
No, you got to put the main motion on the floor first, please.
Thank you. My God, I'm having trouble this evening with the
It's okay.
procedures. Is there a motion to, I'm sorry, is there a motion to approve the new request for cannabis license establishment for 10 Snow Canning, 3 Commercial Road, 201B and 201A? I got a motion. I got a second.
Second.
Okay. Now we're into discussion. As I stated earlier, I would prefer to see this question divided based on what we have for information on the landlord licenses.
Is that a motion?
I'll make a motion to divide the question.
And I'll second it.
Any discussion on dividing the question?
just to be clear, the division is the commercial road properties together and snow canning. is a
Yes,
separate
correct.
standalone. Okay.
Any discussion?
Quick question.
Yes, Councilor.
Which one is not complete of those two groups? Which,
It's the 3 commercial road that we were waiting for the landlord resolution on.
fine, thanks.
Question,
Councilor
is it, so is the third one, when you say, it looks like there are 3 licenses here?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, and one of them is incomplete? One of them? Two.
Two, only because their landlord has not filed the proper registration with the town despite
Okay. And-
original notice and
And so, Mr. McNeil has said it would be better for him if we cut him a little slack and put this forward. Okay, I understand. Thank you.
Any other discussion? All in favor of dividing the question? All opposed? Show that is unanimous. Okay, we're going to take up the 10 Snow Canning Road first. Is there a motion? Do I need another motion to approve the 10 Snow Canning Road after that? Thank you. Is there a
So
motion?
moved.
Is there a second? Discussion. Any discussion? All in favor? Opposed? Show 6-1. Thank you. We're now on to the 3 Commercial Road, the 2 licenses there. Is there a motion to approve those? Sorry.
So moved.
Or a motion to table?
No,
Second.
you have to put it on the floor first. That's
Thank you.
Yeah, that's gotta go
Jeez,
on the floor first, yeah.
You did it
I
right.
figure after this long. Is there a second? I'm sorry.
Yep,
I
I
heard
think
a
it's all set.
All right, thank you. Discussion, Councilor Anderson.
Yeah, I actually asked Liam after our last meeting whether or not the new licenses we saw had the registration that they were required to have. And he couldn't confirm at that time, but what I'm hearing is these ones never had that other part of our ordinance that was required, correct? Is that why we tabled it? Or is that why we're moving these 2 specifically?
yes, exactly. The landlord has not completed the required registration.
So my ask is going forward to the chair and the vice chair, before we get stuff on the agenda, to please make sure that it's compliant with our ordinances, because this one in particular is the reason I wanted the setback that we just voted on to prevent this. And now I'm hearing we're looking at things, moving them through a process without validating that they've been fully compliant with our ordinance. And so I just have a real problem with the fact that this is before us without following our ordinances. And so, again, I support tabling it because we need to go through that process, and I get we just did it, but if we're talking about process procedure, I would expect that to apply to everything we do, including making sure that before something gets on the agenda, that it's been vetted, that it's meeting our ordinances. So
Any other discussion?
So I move to table this to the next meeting.
Second,
Discussion?
no discussion.
No discussion on table.
Thanks. All in favor? Opposed? Show that as 6-1. Thank you. All right, we've tabled that. We're now on to order number 24082. It's public hearing and second reading of the proposed amendments to chapter 303 Town of Scarborough Personnel Ordinance. We have.
I can
you
provide a
got this
quick
one?
introduction.
Okay,
Yes.
thanks.
Williams.
This is back before you for public hearing and second reading. These are 3 changes to the personnel ordinance. They essentially are to align with provisions that were in the recently adopted collective bargaining agreements, and they pertain to vacations, new sections for main paid family leave and paid military leave.
Thank you. We have opportunity for public comment on this topic. If anyone would like to speak, please approach podium. Seeing none, I'm going to close public comment. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second,
Discussion? Councilor Hamel?
Yeah, I know what we're doing here and I understand the reasons for it. But the fact that we're doing this without really having any numbers, without really knowing what those things are worth, and these are significant Me Too adjustments. I'm having a real problem with that. And I know Liam's not here to kind of talk us through it, but we're under the same same question with reference to all of the collective bargaining agreements. We have not yet had an opportunity to see the total number associated with those negotiations and the total numbers associated with these changes. They're significant and they need to be seen by the council and they need to be approved by the council. If it needs to be in an executive session, so be it, but we cannot be approving these things finally without there being that kind of process. I'm sorry. So I want to know what this stuff is worth and what it's going to mean in terms of an additional package for people and what it's going to cost the public.
Thank you, Councilor Hamel. Any other? Yes, Councilor Cushing.
Yeah, again, I find myself agreeing with Councilor Hamel, which is making me extremely nervous, but I think that as a practice that, I get it. We're basically don't want to leave the people who are not represented by the union out. But when we met in executive session, we had numbers, we understood what they were, we understood how they fit into the budget. And I recognize that this seems somewhat pro forma, but it seems to me to be that anything that has a significant financial impact ought to come with some numbers that we understand what it means. I don't recall personally what the union contracts actually said parity would be for paid family leave. I don't know if it's a day, a month, or whatever. I don't know whether or not their mental health benefits are going to be the same and so forth. So I feel like just as a general practice, it's better. And I support all employees of Scarborough, making sure that everybody gets a fair shake. But I think that we are entitled to understand what that means economically. Probably I'll never do this again, Don, just so you know.
Thank you, Councilor Cushing. Councilor Hamel.
Yeah, I don't know the numbers exactly, but I believe the paid family leave is 6 months, something like that.
It's also state law.
State law.
Yeah, okay, well, that's fine, but there's still a number associated with it that is paid for by the public that we're approving, and I don't like doing business this way. Approving things that we don't know, we know what they're worth, it's something valuable, but we don't know what they cost. We need to know both of those things.
Yeah.
Councilor Anderson.
Yeah, I think as finance chair, I feel like I have to agree with Councilor Cushing and Councilor Hamel that at a minimum, it would just be good to make sure we understand the impact financially before we vote on this. I'm totally supportive of this conceptually, but I feel like we're again missing a key step to just make sure we have that data just so that we know what that means financially. So I don't want this to not move forward, but I feel like we need to have that step first.
Councilor Schutt.
So I guess I thought this was what came after, we already approved the collective bargaining agreement. So it's like we're saying, oh, well, we didn't pay attention to the numbers during the agreement. And maybe we weren't presented specifically with these numbers, but we did approve them. And so this is, and so I think I guess I'm questioning and I'm wondering, maybe we weren't given all the numbers, but we did vote and we did approve the collecting bargaining agreement, which triggers this.
Can I get
So
a
this
minute?
is just, yeah. So
Point of information, because it was what Councilor Cushing said that confused me. Is this just adjusting for the collective bargaining agreement, or is this applying certain terms to other personnel that we have not?
It would apply to non-union personnel as well.
Yeah, so that's the piece that I don't think we specifically reviewed. I think we reviewed only the impacts to union workers, and so we're missing understanding the impact of the non-union workers that we've never seen the financial impact at this point.
I'm with you. Thank you.
Councilor Hamel.
Yeah, I was there. I know we're not supposed to reveal what we discussed in executive session, but the numbers that were shared in executive session were directional. They were involving strategy. They by no means are the sort of numbers that include things like the weighted average wage rate, the total cost of the package. What's it costing us? We have not seen those numbers yet. We've been holding out until this last agreement is resolved with the public works people. Hopefully it's done by now or we're close. But this is a very basic thing. I want to know what those numbers are costing, what they cost, and what it's costing the public. We have not had those numbers, and Liam is not here to talk about it. He knows exactly what I'm talking about.
Counselor, we provided very specific numbers in executive session. Whether they costed out the entire contract, I don't recall, but I know we gave extremely specific numbers for current fiscal year for certain.
I do not recall that, and I do recall that they were not completed yet. The discussions were not completed.
Point of information, I do recall the numbers that we talked about, so I feel comfortable with the union piece. I think my thing is the new information that I feel like we just need to do our due diligence to
There's
understand.
no urgency. I would recommend you table this. There's certainly no harm in that.
I want to make sure we have an action in public so the public sees those numbers. That's the thing I'm after, okay? They should know that. They're public information. If we have to back into this and I gotta get a group of interns to do it and I'll pay for it myself, we're gonna produce those numbers. And to go to this length, to get that kind of data, 70% of our costs are due to wages and benefits. We need to see those numbers. You need to see them. We all need to see them. And the public, most of all, needs to see them.
Counselor Seiler?
I was just going to ask for a point of information in terms of tabling, if we do want to wait for this information, would it be available by the next meeting?
I think so, yes.
Okay, so I would like to make a motion to table order 24-082 to our October 2nd meeting.
I'll second, or
All in favor? Opposed? Sure, that is unanimous. Thank you. Order number 24084, it's a public hearing and action on the new request for a cannabis establishment license for Brandon Albert, a DBA Albee LLC located at 20 Snow Canning Road for a medical cannabis cultivation facility. This was tabled for September 4th, 2024 meeting. Tom, do you want
I
to
would
give
just
us a
note,
primer?
Yes, as it was tabled, I would note there was I think, a robust discussion at your last meeting and a bit of an admonishment from our legal counsel that we really should be following the adoption process in the licensing ordinance. So as this matter was coming back to you, this procedurally is following that prescribed process. So it requires a public hearing and action of council. With this particular establishment, we have conducted an inspection. You may recall you were in receipt of some communication from the building landlord with expressed concern around a number of noted deficiencies. Again, we done our own inspection and have noted, look at 15 deficiencies. Some of them are fairly small, but others are significant. And for that reason alone, I would recommend you table this matter. We've given the applicant 30 days to correct the matters. And so if you're to consider a tabling motion, I would recommend tabling to October 16th.
Thank you, Tom. Appreciate it. We have an opportunity for public comment on this item. If you'd like to speak, please approach the podium. Welcome, Ms. Smith.
Darlene Smith, Bickford Street. A couple things that I mentioned the last meeting. First of all, I appreciate that both town clerks sent me the list that I requested of all the cannabis licenses of all types in the town, which I appreciate that. I noticed that 10 Snow Canning Road has suite numbers and 20 Snow Canning Road has unit numbers, yet this license has neither. So I'd like either a suite or a unit number identified. I also had some concerns from the last meeting that the owners, property managers had their own concerns. This is the building that is closest to the abutters, right by the railroad tracks. And with those concerns, I'm wondering if where this person has already publicly spoken and said that they had run the business previously, if this potentially could be a problem. Should we be looking at the owners of the building that have the business license for the owner, i.e. the landlord? Should you be taking any of their consideration and their concerns under advisement? And my biggest concern tonight is what I'm hearing is we've got 3 licenses now that weren't ready to come before you, that appear to be, whether it's perceptive or not, pushed through under this before the 1,000 foot. Now they're not ready, and they're still not ready 2 weeks later, and now we're pushing it 30 more days. I just think it appears to me that there was some influence there. I'd hate to say that, but it's perceived that way. You've got 3 licenses that were not ready to come before you that have. So that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Smith. Any other public comment? Welcome, Mr. Rabideau.
Good evening, Dave Rabideau, Bickford Street. Real simple question. I guess my question on all 3 of those would be, why do we continue to table things that aren't ready or that the owners haven't done the work to get them ready? So why don't we just say no and be done with it? That's my question.
Thank you, Mr. Rabideau. Any other public comment? Anything online? All right, seeing that, I'm going to close public comment. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second?
Discussion? Counselor Anderson.
That's a good question. So like, what is the practical effect of voting no because the applicant is not compliant with our ordinances as was demonstrated by the inspection?
I suppose they would have to reapply, start the process over. Denial needs to, I would strongly advise that denial should be, should include reasons for the denial and perhaps.
And we have the
very
inspection
clearly.
report that provides that. Okay. I am not in favor of tabling this. I'm in favor of voting no, so that we can make sure that we are supporting our ordinances, and particularly if we're trying to ask the property owners to help us, and they were the ones who came to us both times first to tell us that they weren't compliant. And so I feel like out of the spirit of trying not to do what we tried to avoid by like one bad actor influencing everyone else, I feel like it's important that we uphold our ordinances, and if they're not ready, they shouldn't be coming before us, and we should say no, and they can come back later once they're ready. But I'm not sure if the 15 items, because I haven't seen the report, are those things that are like what the effort time it takes. Like, even if we were to table it for 30 days, does that practically give that applicant time to do those changes? And
Yeah, I'm not in a position to advise whether they're capable of accomplishing that.
Could I also just clarify something real quick? If I recall, and please, if I don't recall correctly, let me know. If I recall, we went over what the process was to obtain a license, and the first act is filing an application with the clerk's office, correct? Between that point and whenever comes on our agenda, a inspection is scheduled. Is that correct? So even though you have an application in front of you and a first read, an inspection doesn't happen until between first and second read. Is that correct?
The reason it was done that way is, sorry, loud, because there's been a first reading, public hearing and second reading instead of just the public hearing and second reading. So we've been doing them in between. So that's kind of how that practice.
And this goes back to the legal opinion where we should go back to just the one.
That is
hearing,
correct.
So our practice would be to have the inspections completed before it appears on your agenda.
Correct.
I think it's really, will improve the situation. And just to the point, I appreciate the landlord being proactive, making us aware of what they believe are deficiencies. It's not as if we were delayed or didn't schedule. It was just a matter of timing. They were very proactive, and we appreciate that.
I think sorry to interrupt, to your point, like before these come on our agenda, it would be good to have the inspection complete. And I think the reason why this one is on the way it is also specifically because I motioned to table it to do first reading. So it's here because I motioned to put it here and everybody agreed. And so I think probably had staff had the time, maybe they would have not brought it forward.
Going forward, matters will not be before you. Licenses will not be up for consideration until inspections have been complete and have passed them, and landlords are properly registered.
Councilor Caterina.
Yeah, I have never heard from a landlord before on cannabis that I can think of. So the fact that the landlord has concerns about this person concerns me. And I I am not in favor of tabling it. I just as soon say no. That's where I'm at.
Counselor Shu.
Sure. So I mean, I'm flashing back to my ZBA days. So if we have an application in front of us, we don't have an applicant standing in front of us saying, hey, can you table it for 30 days? Give me time to do it. We are sitting here. All we have is an application that is complete. We have a complete application with an inspection. They failed inspection. It is not us to give the business a hand and say, personally, I do not think we should give them extra time. He's had ample time.
Counselor Cushion.
It is inconceivable to me, to anyone attempting to be in this business, that they can't figure out that they need to pass the inspection the first time with an A+. And all of the other businesses that have been out there that are behaving in accordance with the rules and goodwill and trying to make this happen. And I think it sends entirely the wrong message. You know, it's sort of like, oh, Johnny, you can take the test again. I don't think so. F, next.
Any other discussion? All in favor? Opposed? Show that as unanimous in opposition. Next order number is 24085. It's a public hearing and action on the renewal request for junkyard permits pursuant to Title 30A MRSA, Chapter 183, A Gagnon or E Perry Iron Metal located on Rigby Road, Speedway Auto located on 343 Payne Road, SBR New England LP, DBA Scarborough Recycling located at 40 Holmes Road, and Goldstein Steel located at 36 Running Hill Road. Tony?
Yes, thank you. This is the annual renewal. Inspections were conducted. There was a memo from the zoning administrator in the packet. And he's recommending, well, there was no issues on any of them. And if there were just minor ones, and I recommend approval.
Thank you, Tony. We have opportunity for public comment. If there's anyone who would like to speak, please approach the podium. Seeing none, I'm going to close public comment. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Discussion. All in favor? Oh, sorry, Counselor Shu.
Well, I'm curious what makes something a junkyard, because there are properties around the town that some people may qualify as junkyards. So are these people that are applying, or are these people who have been like violated and you have to apply to be a junkyard? You know, I specifically reached out to the town this summer, and I reached out to Brian Longstaff this week again about a property on Payne Road that is not in great situation, has been going on forever. And so I'm just having a disconnect between people who are going through this process, but then properties that are on main roads that appear to be junkyards, but that aren't on this process. Is that something that has to go through the zoning administrator? And so since I brought it up this summer, nothing's happened, what would be like, because it appears to be a junkyard, but it's not up here for renewal. And I'm wondering what the process would be for that.
I can say that notice violation has been issued to that property on Payne Road. Just this afternoon, I saw it.
Oh, that's because I emailed Brian. Okay. And so I guess moving forward, there's other properties. Is that what the best process is?
Yeah, and certainly if staff sees properties in violation, we're not going to ignore them, but we're also responsive to complaints. So please, you know, you can be our eyes and ears as well, make us aware, and we'll follow it up.
Is it fair though to say that these are their businesses? They're applying for a license
Yeah.
versus somebody who's not maintaining their property well? Right. Any other discussion? All in favor? Opposed? So that is unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you.
Order number 24086, it's public hearing and action on the following new request for food handler's license. Josie, oh boy, I'm so sorry, Papanacola. DBA Stacks. Are you here? I'll let you say it. Thank you. I apologize. DBA Stack Scarborough, located at 183 US Route 1, and Nadia Norikoff, DBA Tried and True LLC, located at 148B Pleasant Hill Road, and Arthur Oliveria, DBA Rare LLC, located at 10 Snow Canning Road, Unit A. We have public hearing on this item. Oh, I'm sorry. We need an introduction. Cody. Or not.
These are all new businesses. Well, one is a new business in coming to Scarborough, Stack Scarborough. We have received a completed application that the clerk's office has vetted and it is complete. Tried and True is an existing cannabis cultivation facility who is looking to sell cannabis products from another business. And Rare LLC is also an existing cannabis manufacturing facility who is now going to be having a kitchen and is going to be producing their own products. Both cannabis companies are going to have products consumed by the public, which requires their food handlers licenses.
Thank you. We have opportunity for public comment. If you'd like to speak, please approach the podium. Seeing none, I'm going to close public comment. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second?
Discussion? Counselor Anderson.
I like pancakes more than I like pizza, so super excited to have you come to Scarborough. I miss when it was the Egg and I think that's what it was before. And that was like such a great place to go to for breakfast. It was always packed. So best of luck to you as you start your business in Scarborough.
Any other discussion? Oh, yes, Counselor Ham.
Quick question. So we got pancakes, but then we got cannabis. So are these cannabis pancakes? Or what is it? Do I bring maple syrup? Sweet.
All in favor? Opposed? I show 6-1. Thank you. We have no old business at this time. We're into new business. 24087, it's a first reading and schedule a public hearing and second reading on the proposed amendments to chapter 1301, the general assistance ordinance pursuant to title 22 MRSA subsection 4305 subsection 4.
Yeah, I'll
Tom.
simply say for counselors that have been around for a while, you'll recall this is an annual ritual. Counselor Cushing, the state advises us the general assistance maximum amounts. We have an ordinance that is required to mirror and state requirements. And so as the state increases their maximum amounts, we need to do the same in turn.
We have opportunity for public hearing. Anyone would like to speak on this, please approach podium. Seeing none, I'm going to close public comment. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second?
Discussion?
Yeah, I was just gonna say, this is one of those committees that oversaw it, and I think that April did a good job of the fair hearing committee, and it was one of those where you say they never meet, so please no one say that this evening.
Yeah.
Any other discussion? All in favor? Opposed? Show that's unanimous. Thank you. We're into non-action items, standing and special committee reports and council member comments. So I'm just going to ask you to consolidate it all. Give us a committee update and any councilor comment you have. Councilor Anderson.
So Finance Committee, we're meeting at our next meeting, and we're going to continue to work through the 5-year or the $5 million capital plan for the next 20 years. We had a really good discussion at the last meeting, and we've kind of chose 2 scenarios to try and model, but we'll be kind of playing with some modeling. The intent is really kind of twofold. First, to answer the question, like, how much debt can we actually take on over a reasonable period of time? And then the second question is, based on what we can afford, what's the relative timing of when we would want these capital projects to go? So we're trying not to put our personal perspective of what the capital priorities are, but trying to let the financial data guide us a little bit, and then hopefully have more conversation with the public on, hey, if we can afford it from a debt perspective in the next 5 years for some major capital projects, are they comfortable seeing that all happen up front, or do they want it more spread out so that we can hopefully have a plan that reflects the priorities of the community while also being good financial stewards? So that's going to be the next focus. And we may do a Counselor Corner Live on it, I think, in the future. The other item that will come forward before the council is we did make adjustments to our financial policy at the committee level. And so we'll be bringing those forward, hopefully, after the committee officially moves them forward. We voted one of them through, we need to vote the other one through, but those relate to unassigned fund balance and as well as better defining what optimum debt or what optimum credit rating is. So those will be coming. We also may, assuming we can get through it, look at the TIF policy adjustments that have been going through staff and committees, come back to finance. So that was another council goal that we hope to wind out at the end of the year by bringing those recommendations forward. So I think that's good. Just in terms of council member comments, I'm actually, in retrospect, more embarrassed and disappointed in myself for some of the things I said in our earlier conversation. I have the utmost respect for this council, and I think the thing that one individual said that was so true in retrospect was, I let my emotions for what I want get ahead of what's important, and I apologize if I said or did anything that offended you guys, and I wish that the public was here to hear that. And so just wanted to apologize if I said anything that offended you guys. I am disappointed, but I didn't handle myself the way that I think I should have, so.
Counselor Shu.
So, I want to apologize because I canceled appointments and negotiations last minute, but I thought it was appropriate because we end up having 6 openings on boards and committees, but we hadn't really advertised them yet. So I just wanted to get it out there that we currently have openings on the Shellfish Commission, the Conservation Commission, Coastal Waters and Harbor Advisory, Long Range Planning, Community Services Rec Advisory, and Planning Board. So I'm encouraging anyone who's listening to go online, apply to all the committees, even if I didn't list one, like we just had an opening come on the Conservation Commission this week. So we would really like to get some new applications before our meeting in October. The Community Services and Rec Advisory Board is revisiting the beach fees. If we all remember John Colucci's last minute $30 amendment, they're going to try to readjust them and have it a little more palatable and reasonable. So I think that's going to be coming back to us this fall. I was invited to and I attended the Eastern Trail Alliance annual meeting, which was really interesting experience. It's a very small but mighty group. I was expecting a bigger group because in our world, the Eastern Trail is like such a big prevalent thing in Scarborough. But it was a great meeting. There was some brainstorming sessions about how to increase membership and how to regulate, the rules on the trail. And that was one of the things that Todd Souza was saying was the park rangers maybe next summer are going to try to allocate a little bit of time to be on the Eastern Trail. So the experience for everyone is a little more enjoyable. And then the planning board, I think, as Tom mentioned earlier, did have a workshop with the Downs in the downtown. I did miss the walkthrough. Mondays are impossible for me, which I'm really sad that I missed it. They're really excited about the downtown. I continue to hear, I think, just concerns about the parking. I personally, it's unclear if the downtown is just for the Downs. Doesn't really feel like there's enough parking. So I'm curious to see how this continues to play out.
Thank you, Counselor Shu. Counselor Seither.
Communications had a great meeting last week. I want to tip my hat to Allison, who has created a more formalized communications framework and kind of book that can be what we point to in terms of our communication strategies. It's still in draft form, but I did run this by the committee and I brought it to leadership as an idea that I would love to have Allison come and present the final product when it is done, so that everyone can see the work that she has done and kind of how it aligns us all the way from council to committees to staff to the public on our communication efforts. And we've never had Allison come and present her work. So I think that that would be a great opportunity. So I look forward to her doing that. In terms of Counselor Corner articles, I am slated to write the October 1st article. Counselor Hamel, you are slated to write the October 15th Counselor Corner article. And Jean Marie, you are slated to write the November 1st.
You gave her the last word.
And I will send out submission deadlines to everyone has an upcoming article, just so that we're all on the same page there. I would like to bring some awareness to Sustainable Scarborough Day, which is happening at the Wentworth School on October 6th from 10 to 2. We had this discussion at communications as well, that this would be a really good opportunity for council to have some visibility. The Sustainability Committee will be having a table, but this might be a good opportunity for us to wear our team jackets and our name tags and to mix and mingle with some of our residents. It was a huge success last year. Everyone keep your fingers crossed for good weather so that they can have a successful day this year. But I am definitely planning on being there. If you are interested in being there and would like to have a formal table or you have suggestions for how the council could better engage the public at that event, I'm certainly happy to help coordinate a more formal effort on that. 10 to 2. And lastly, I was also unable to attend the Downs downtown walkthrough. For counselors that were able to attend, I would love to hear how it went, what your experience was, what your key takeaways were. And so we can either do that during council comment or you can put it into an email, but I would love to hear the feedback from that outing because I sadly was not able to go either. And I think that does it for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor Sather.
Can I
Did you already
share?
go?
I want to share and answer her question. So I was able to attend and it was actually really, really interesting. And I actually also, because I know the Downs is coming for a workshop, would encourage that they spend some time sharing some of the stuff that they did share, because it was really less about the downtown and all the things you see. It was more about the things that you don't see or that you don't always appreciate that they've been doing around conservation, putting in infrastructure. So it's kind of like the whole reason we have a credit enhancement agreement with them was for them to do all of those things and make all of those investments. And so that was my big takeaway, was everywhere we went, they were like, over here, we did this. And again, for most of us people who would go and see that, we'd be like, oh, like, yeah, you had to put in extra, they like created like conservation spaces that didn't exist and are like creating new conservation spaces. So most of it was showing the planning board, and the audience was really the planning board, to understand those unseen things that are really important, cost a lot of money, that, you know, we don't necessarily always fully appreciate because we see the buildings and that's kind of what you react to, but there's so much that they've been doing. So I just felt like that was actually a really good way for developers to show how they are innovating as it relates to conservation in particular. And so again, to me, it was interesting. It wasn't what I expected. I guess I was expecting like and over here, you're going to see a pizza place, and over here, you're going to see that, but it was really about all the unseen things that, you know, show that they're, you know, putting the CEA investment to good use.
Counselor Katarina.
Now I forgot what I was gonna say. No. I want to thank everyone who did show up today for the public comment section. It's been a long time since I've seen that many people show up, and they're obviously well organized, whatever, and I give them credit for that. A lot of people, I guess, still don't know me that well to know that I can be persuaded, you know, if you give me the right arguments or you work with me to come to a middle ground on things. So I'm just looking down the other end of the table there. He's making faces
To be
at me.
clear, she's not looking at me.
No, I'm looking at the gentleman in the middle. But that being said, you know, this whole, it's a conundrum, this whole, you know, growth and roads, and how do we get from A to B? And it's interesting because I've heard from conservation people saying to me, but we need to develop infill. And I'm like, I thought you were in conservation. Or, you know, there's just all of these things that are, it's a mess, but that's okay. That's why I prefer to do it the right way and take the time to really analyze it, any issue like that, and do it correctly in the end. It's been around since 1988. It's not something that they are telling us they're putting a shovel in the ground tomorrow. That ain't happening either. There's a whole lot of steps here. So I encourage folks, you know, to get involved. I encourage my neighbors who don't dare to speak, except to me, to maybe send emails to the council. And everyone needs to work together to find what is the best solution to this conundrum, because it's only going to get worse. I can tell you that right now. It's only going to get worse. I can guarantee it. And when I say worse, I mean, it's like Go West, Young Man, the old you know, Manifest Destiny or whatever the heck it was back in the day. But everyone's moving west. That's where I spend a good part of my time selling houses now, is because it's the only place affordable. And those towns do want to get on what they think is the gravy train of development. So with that, I know it's late and you guys don't want to hear anymore, but I felt I at least needed to, you know, say something to the public about, you know, where we are and where I hope we work together to get to. So, thank you.
Counselor Hamel.
Yeah, I had a couple of updates. The shellfish, I was just going to point out, the big news is there are apparently a lot of green crabs that eat baby clams. So as part of the conservation efforts, or they have these crab kills. So if anybody's looking forward to doing something like that, apparently they come out at night and you can actually hear them kind of coming out. It's kind of freaky, but so they're back again. They did, when this came up last time, there was a food science unit at the University of Maine, and they were experimenting with ways to prepare them. And the only thing they could come up with was a green crab tostada, which was not a big winner. One thing on coastal waters, and this is my bad, I had it in my email for a long time, the Coastal Waters and Harbor Committee parking recommendation, and it never made it forward to the proper place. So I'm just requesting that, is there some way we can get this, you know, in the queue so that the new team, when they get here, can start on it? Because it's going to take time to get it rolling before the spring. Thank
Don,
you.
I meant to speak to that because we did talk about that, at the Community Services Rec Advisory Board.
Okay, great. It's a comprehensive recommendation. It's going to get everyone's nose out of joint, but the sooner we start, the better. The meeting this evening, I'm okay with the way it came out. I know we had a very unhappy group of people, but we took the time to work it through, and I think that we'll be glad again in a couple of weeks. So I hope that might generate some support and give us an opportunity to demonstrate, you know, a leadership moment for this council. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor Hamel. Counselor Christian.
Yes, so I too would like to thank all of the people who came out tonight. One of the takeaways that I had listening to the public comment tonight, it sort of reminded me of that old line from Cool Hand Luke, where he says, what we have here is a failure to communicate, except I don't think we may have a failure to communicate, but worse than that, I think we have a failure of imagination. I heard people come before us tonight talking about imaginative solutions to these problems, not quibbling over whether the road should be 1 lane or 2 lane, but what could we do to really improve the transportation system in our community? You heard the woman speak about being in Europe. Now, granted, their civilization has been around a few more years than we have. Hopefully it won't take us that long, but you know, if you think about it, they've got limited space over there, and you know, the notion that you can travel across all of that culture on a train is amazing. And so that would be my biggest takeaway. I wasn't happy with the outcome tonight. You can tell that it riled me a little bit, but I'll get over that. Now, to move on to something else that really riles me. We've had a little discussion. Well, you know, you all have your reports, and I don't have any committees to report on. And, you know, we got another 20 minutes here, so, you know, strap in. I walk on this Eastern Trail all the time. And now I'm done walking on Pine Point Beach probably for a while, but maybe a little bit. Now I'm back on the Eastern Trail. And every time I've been out there, I have been startled and occasionally almost hit by people going 25 miles an hour on e-bikes. So let me just read to you my statement on e-bikes. It won't take long, or you can read it on my Facebook page. The title of it is Idiots. I could hear the fat tire crunching in the gravel behind me before I could look over my shoulder to assess the danger. 3 bikes whizzed by. They were out of earshot when I yelled, slow down, not my exact words. My best guess is that they were traveling at 20 miles per hour. I was a cyclist for many years. I took 14 kids on adolescents, mind you, on a bike trek around the southern coast of Nova Scotia. I tried my hand at people's races in the foothills of the White Mountains, and I logged hundreds of miles with my pedal power cycling around New Hampshire. Cycling is a wonderful way to see our countryside, get exercise, make friends on the road. It's wonderful to think that this joy can be extended by a small motor and a battery to those who may otherwise lack the capacity to totally journey under their own steam. But there is a but, a big but, not necessarily spelled the same way. The e-bike has opened the trails to many who act like it's an electric couch. The effort required appears to be consistent with the energy needed to operate the remote. They streak by me with ample butts draped over wide seats on max power. They are unfamiliar with the safety of the courtesy call to the Russian girl on your left. They are moving too fast for it to matter. They are not cyclists who have a share the road mentality. They are not motorcyclists who make safety of themselves and others their first concern. They are rude, ignorant, stupid people who consistently spoil a good thing for the rest of us. So one day a walker is going to move into the path of one of these menaces on the trail and a collision will occur. There'll be an outrage, sinus, and an unenforceable ordinance designed to take the place of courtesy and common sense. That day is here. Google it. All over New York City, people are getting hurt by people on e-bikes. And so as we begin to deliberate going forward on our beautiful Eastern Trail and all of this bike stuff, unfortunately, we're going to have to get serious about, I hate to say it, regulating, because I wish I could say, in all honesty, that you could put up a sign or you could ask people to be courteous. But the encounter that I had with a couple of folks on the trail today, mind you, I was not polite or courteous, but I was angry because I almost was hit in my view. But I will tell you that that stuff is going to happen and that this town will have to deal with it on our beautiful Eastern Trail. And I got 20 minutes left. Good. Oh, thank you.
Any other? I think that's it. So I'll just close by saying I do appreciate having a crowd that size is never the easiest thing to deal with from a procedural standpoint or even just a crowd people management standpoint. And I want to say thank you how respectful they were to us, our rules, even being accommodating on a slightly shortened public comment session. So I think kudos to them for coming in here and letting their opinions be heard, but doing it in such a respectful manner. I really do appreciate it. And then my final thought before I will take everyone's favorite motion, when we come to this dais, I suspect, or I expect, that we should be bringing the best version of ourselves when we sit up here and we represent the people of Scarborough. And I'm not sure that happened today. And for that, if you're sitting out there, I'm sorry. So with that, I'll accept a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor? So that's unanimous. Thank you. Good night, everyone.